Chapter 792. Man who was being carried by Zi Chen as they flew at top speed. The sound of the wind whistling through the air made Man Who feel great. The only problem was that the Monkey King was still chasing after them, and his wounds were bleeding profusely. Is there a need for that? Didn't I just take a few monkey fruits? You still have a lot of them. Zi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. His face was extremely pale as he had consumed a lot of energy. This was mainly because his Yuan Li and spiritual sense had not been completely unsealed. If they were completely unsealed, Zi Chen wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He would even be able to enter the barbarian monkey's territory and harvest the monkey fruits. But now that the seal had not been broken, Zi Chen could only flee in the face of a level 7 Monkey King. The Monkey King was chasing after them relentlessly, and it was determined to kill Zi Chen and Man Who. This made Zi Chen extremely unhappy. If this continued, the one who would suffer would definitely be Zi Chen. Therefore, Zi Chen no longer cared about his energy consumption and displayed his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen was already far away like a bolt of lightning. After crossing over 100 miles, he left the Monkey King in the dust. Zi Chen didn't dare to stop when the Monkey King was nowhere to be seen. He flew for another 100 miles before putting down Man Who. After putting down Man Who, Zi Chen fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and Man Who wasn't any better. There were many injuries on his body, and although they weren't fatal, they weren't light. Zi Chen felt a throbbing pain in his chest. It seemed like a few of his ribs were broken. Furthermore, he had consumed a lot of his Yuan Li and spiritual sense. After Zi Chen fell to the ground, he quickly swallowed a blood recovery pill and used his spiritual sense to circulate the blood recovery pill's vitality towards his chest. A cool feeling spread from Zi Chen's chest. Zi Chen's injuries were quickly recovering, but the elemental force and spiritual sense that he had consumed earlier were slowly recovering. Let's go and find a secret place. After their injuries were healed, the two of them went to find a safe place. 2 days later, Zi Chen had fully recovered his Yuan Qi and spiritual will. As for Man Who's injuries, they were mostly healed and there wasn't much of a problem. 2 days passed, but the Monkey King didn't chase after him. It should have given up. Zi Chen and Man Who were safe. Man Who looked at Zi Chen expectantly, waiting for Zi Chen to take out the monkey fruit. Zi Chen didn't beat around the bush. He took out a monkey fruit and asked, "Can you break through with one?" Man Who nodded as his eyes lit up. Zi Chen gave Man Who a monkey fruit. After swallowing it, Man Who squinted his eyes as he lay on the ground and began to refine the monkey fruit. Once the monkey fruit was completely refined, Man Who would be able to reach level 6. While Man Who was refining the monkey fruit, Zi Chen, who had nothing to do, decided to refine it as well. He wanted to break through as soon as possible, so he took out another monkey fruit. Zi Chen ate it without hesitation. The monkey fruit was extremely sweet, and its taste was similar to other spirit fruits. It was a rare delicacy. After entering his stomach, the juice of the monkey fruit turned into pure energy. This energy entered his body and fused with his meridians, bones, and blood. Zi Chen felt a warm feeling in his body, and his strength was clearly increasing. His bones, which were already extremely hard, became even harder after being nourished by this energy. In addition, the energy contained within the monkey fruit was also absorbed by his body according to the perfect body's circulation path. Not a single bit was wasted. Zi Chen's refining speed was much faster than Man Who's. After refining one monkey fruit, Man Who still hadn't finished refining it. But after refining one monkey fruit, Zi Chen strangely discovered that he hadn't broken through. His body's strength had indeed increased, but he didn't break through to level 5. This scene reminded Zi Chen of the shocking consumption of Yuan Li when he broke through. Possessing pure Yuan Li and having combat power that far exceeded others also meant that the consumption of Yuan Li was greater than others. Zi Chen's perfect body was known as the strongest body among humans. If he wanted to let his perfect body grow, the price he had to pay was obviously higher. Without any hesitation, Zi Chen took out the second monkey fruit and swallowed it. The warm feeling in his body reappeared, and his meridians changed again. Zi Chen's strength increased again. After absorbing enough energy, Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his perfect body. After refining the second monkey fruit, his body finally broke through to level 5. A level 5 strength was much stronger than a level 4's. With every movement, Zichen could feel the surge of energy. After breaking through, Zichen didn't continue swallowing the monkey fruit. Instead, he looked at Man-Tiger. He was worried that if Man-Tiger couldn't break through, it wouldn't be right for him to swallow the last monkey fruit. When Zichen opened his eyes, he discovered that Man-Tiger had also opened his eyes. Under Zichen's spiritual senses, he discovered that there was also a surge of powerful energy in Man-Tiger's body. This was a level 6 energy. Man-Tiger had also broken through, but since he had just broken through, this energy wasn't stable yet. Going from level 5 to level 6 was an increase in realm. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with excitement. With both of them breaking through, the next step was to adapt to the powerful energy in their bodies. With Man-Tiger as his training partner, Zichen didn't have to deliberately find him. 3 days later, Zichen familiarized himself with the powerful energy in his body. Furthermore, he knew the benefits of the monkey fruit. Zichen was very concerned about the other monkey trees in the group of monkeys. During this period of time, whenever Zichen was exhausted, he would drink the monkey wine. Just as Zichen had expected, the monkey wine had a miraculous effect. It could instantly restore the energy in his body. However, Zichen couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't dare to drink too much. If he drank too much, he would be drunk even if he recovered his energy. With level 5 and Man-Tiger at level 6, they were naturally not a match for a group of monkeys. Moreover, almost all of the level 5 beasts from before were dead. Before he had the strength to suppress the barbarian Monkey King, Zichen wouldn't have another chance. Although there wasn't any heaven and earth spiritual chi in this world, there were still monkey fruits. According to Zichen's experience, if there were monkey fruits, then there would naturally be other fruits that could increase one's strength. After adapting to the great power brought about by the breakthrough, Zichen began to think about these strange fruits. During this period of time, Zichen asked Man-Tiger about the things that could increase his strength. Man-Tiger first nodded, then shook his head. Man-Tiger only lived in this area, so he was familiar with the things within a few hundred miles. The most strange thing was the monkey fruit. As for the other things, Man-Tiger didn't know. I wonder how the Raven tribe is doing now. After staying here for more than a month, Zichen's strength had increased again. There wasn't much point in staying here, so he decided to go back. But before he went back, Zichen still had to hunt some savage beasts for the ravens as food. Of course, the majority of the food would be level 4 and level 5 savage beasts. Of course, if there were level 6 savage beasts, Zichen wouldn't mind killing them. Unfortunately, there weren't any level 6 savage beasts within a few hundred miles. There were only monkeys. After that, he would go deeper into the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Man-Tiger was very happy when he knew that Zichen wanted to leave with him. Moreover, Zichen had the monkey wine and that strange blood essence. Man-Tiger was very interested in these things. So when he heard that Zichen wanted to hunt some savage beasts, he volunteered to hunt for Zichen. 1 man and 1 beast started to hunt in this area. This hunt lasted for 5 days until Zichen decided that the meat was enough for the Raven tribe to eat for a year and a half. Just when Zichen decided to go back, he felt Wu Man's call. It was the jade that Zichen had given to Wu Man. Wu Man had broken it. This was something that could only be broken after something happened to the Raven tribe. Feeling the call, Zichen knew that something had happened to the Raven tribe. So he stopped hunting savage beasts and returned with Man-Tiger. On the way back, Zichen once again saw Man-Tiger, his former training partner. When Man-Tiger saw Man-Tiger, he immediately pounced on him and opened his mouth to tear him apart. "Stop!" Zichen yelled to stop Man-Tiger. At this moment, Man-Tiger was pressing down on Man-Tiger. His body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. Zichen strode to Man-Tiger's side and looked at the terrified Man-Tiger. "Follow me and I'll spare your life." Man-Tiger naturally had intelligence. After hearing this, It immediately nodded without hesitation. As a result, Chen brought Barbarian Bull along with him on his way back. This was something he had come up with on the spur of the moment when he saw Barbarian Bull. He really didn't want to kill him. Man Tiger was of no use to Chen. Chen brought Man Tiger with him because he wanted him to guard the Raven tribe. Moreover, with Chen's eyesight, he could see that Man Tiger was stronger than Hya from the Black tribe. With Man Tiger guarding the Raven tribe, Chen didn't have to worry. He decided that after dealing with the Raven tribe, he would leave with Man Tiger. Then he would visit the Black tribe and ask them about strange things that could increase their strength. At this moment, the Raven tribe, including Wu Man, were all trembling with fear. Many of them had fear written all over their faces. Even though Hya had a gentle smile on his face, he still scared Wu Man and the rest of the Raven tribe. "Brother Wu Man, did you inform leader Chen?" Hya asked with a smile. "I did." Wu Man was still nervous. He couldn't help it. The Raven tribe only had one level 4 warrior, but the Black tribe had 10 level 4 warriors. Hya himself was only level 5. "Leader Chen, did you not return from your training?" Since he had nothing to do, Black Cliff asked. Wu Man shook his head. "No. We went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range several times to hunt, but we didn't see leader Chen. I think leader Chen must have gone to the deeper regions to train. You know how powerful Chen is. Training in the outer regions won't be of much help to him." When chatting with Hya, Wu Man only felt confident when he talked about Chen. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain range was very dangerous. The beasts in the deeper regions were even more terrifying. While Wu Man was talking, he was still very worried about Chen. Chapter 793. A sound came from afar and the ground began to shake. It seemed like a huge monster was approaching. A group of ravens quickly ran out of the square and saw a huge bull. The bull was more than 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. It was running at an extremely fast speed from afar. It seemed like it had been running for a long time. White smoke was coming out of its nostrils. There was a powerful force surging in its body. Every time it ran, the ground would shake. The bull was running in a straight line. The powerful force in its body made the ravens' faces change. At this moment, not to mention the ravens, even the 5th rank warrior Hya and the 10 4th rank warriors beside him had a change in expression when they saw Barbarian Bull. 5th rank. 5th rank Bull. Some of the 4th grade warriors cried out in alarm as they saw the Barbarian Bull approaching at an extremely fast speed. Their faces were full of shock. The other barbarians also had the same expression. The Barbarian Bull was rushing towards them in a straight line. It seemed like he was going to attack their encampment. If they were deep in the mountains, then the barbarians would have turned around and run away. But now, the Barbarian Bull was going to attack their encampment. There was no way they could retreat. Under the command of Wu Man, the ravens quickly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Wu Man also took out his long sword and stood in front of the group with his sword in front of his chest. Hya and the other 10 barbarians were standing not far away. Their expressions were constantly changing. No one knew what they were thinking. Just when everyone was on guard, a shocking tiger's roar came from afar. When the Barbarian Bull heard this tiger's roar, its body clearly trembled. It almost fell to the ground. A look of fear immediately appeared in its eyes. The tiger's roar entered everyone's ears, and the Barbarian Bull's fear entered everyone's eyes. Almost everyone's complexion changed in the next moment. They weren't able to fight against a level 5 Barbarian Bull, but they didn't expect that there was an even stronger one behind the Barbarian Bull. Shouldn't a 5th rank bull be in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range? Why is it here? A group of barbarians panicked. But they did not retreat because the barbarians in front of them did not retreat. When the bull was about 100 meters away from the barbarians, it suddenly stopped. It stood upright and breathed heavily. White smoke continued to come out of its nostrils. There were already 4 deep hoofprints on the ground. It seemed as if the charging bulls had received some kind of order. They stopped without any warning. The panic-stricken barbarians had a look of doubt on their faces. They didn't understand why the bulls had stopped. Then, a slight vibration sound came from afar. After this voice came from Barbarian Bull, everyone's gazes swept past Barbarian Bull and looked behind them. Roar. Before they could see anything, they heard a tiger's roar that shook the heavens. After the tiger's roar, there was a turbulent king's aura. Barbarian Bull almost collapsed to the ground after feeling the king's aura, and his body was already trembling uncontrollably. This is the aura of a level 6 savage beast. Black Cliff's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. He had sensed this aura before in the deep mountains. It belonged to a level 6 savage beast. At that time, when he and his clansmen sensed this aura from afar, they ran away without saying anything. At this moment, when Black Cliff sensed the aura of a level 6 savage beast, he also had the urge to turn around and run away. Beside him, the 10 level 4 warriors were also frightened to the extreme. As long as Black Cliff gave the order, they would immediately run away. Just when everyone's expression was extremely complicated, a huge barbaric tiger finally appeared in the distance. It was like a king, walking over from the distance. Its steps were slow but extremely elegant. This was the true appearance of a level 6 savage beast. However, when the barbarians saw it, they didn't panic. Instead, they relaxed a lot. Moreover, many of them were greatly relieved. That was because they had seen a familiar silhouette on the back of the 6th grade barbarian tiger. It was Chief Zi Chen. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the barbarians. But, their astonishment was soon replaced by excitement. They started to cheer. Man Who slowly walked forward with Zi Chen. When they walked past Barbarian Bull, the latter also followed behind them. However, he didn't dare to overtake them. In the midst of the cheering, the barbarians all came forward to welcome them. With Zi Chen's return, their hearts were filled with confidence. The fear they had for the Black Clan also disappeared. Patriarch He Ya's arrival with 10 level 4 warriors brought a lot of pressure to the Crow tribe. However, when leader Zi Chen came back, he was carried by a level 6 savage beast. This way of entering was much cooler than He Ya's. When the Crow tribe's barbarians came forward, He Ya and the others stood on the side. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. As the patriarch of the Black Clan, he had already overestimated Zi Chen and the outsiders. However, when he saw Zi Chen return with a level 6 savage beast, He Ya realized that he had underestimated Zi Chen. A group of barbarians surrounded Zi Chen. However, they were more than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of the two savage beasts. Leader Zi Chen, you are finally back. A group of barbarians enthusiastically greeted Zi Chen from 10 meters away. Zi Chen glanced at the group of barbarians and nodded at them. Then, he saw He Ya and the level 4 warriors he brought with him. Zi Chen slightly frowned and withdrew his gaze. Little Bull, come here. Zi Chen withdrew his gaze and said. Hearing this, Barbarian Bull came to Zi Chen's side from behind. He lowered his head and rubbed Zi Chen's shoulder with his horns, putting on an extremely flattering appearance. The other barbarians took a few steps back. They were afraid of Barbarian Bull. After all, Barbarian Bull was a level 5 savage beast, an extremely powerful one. Zi Chen pointed at the Crow tribe and said to Barbarian Bull, Little Bull, this is the Crow tribe that I told you about. These are the people of the Crow tribe. You must remember that from now on, you are the protector of the Crow tribe. Zi Chen did not deliberately suppress his words. Not only did Barbarian Bull hear it, but the other barbarians also heard it clearly. After Barbarian Bull heard it, he seriously looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and nodded to show that he understood. However, when the other barbarians heard it, they were stunned for a moment. Protector. Crow tribe protector. What is a Crow tribe protector? All the barbarians of the Crow tribe opened their eyes wide. They looked at Zi Chen and then at Barbarian Bull. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. However, there were still some who did not understand what a protector meant. Their faces were full of doubts. Not far away, Black Cliff and the others' faces changed when they heard this. When they looked at the barbarians again, their faces were filled with envy. Guardian, 5th level Guardian. The Raven tribe was really lucky. After introducing the barbarians of the Crow tribe, it was time to introduce Barbarian Bull. Zi Chen looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and said, "Everyone, this is Barbarian Bull, a level 5 barbarian beast. He is the protector that I found for everyone in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range. The protector's meaning is to protect the Crow tribe. In the future, the safety of the entire Crow tribe will be managed by Barbarian Bull. If you are humiliated or threatened outside, you can tell Barbarian Bull and let him deal with it." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, Barbarian Bull nodded his head. The entire Raven tribe once again burst into cheers. In a flash, the Raven tribe was boiling with excitement. At this moment, they completely understood what Zi Chen meant. Now the Raven tribe had a rank 5 expert. Under Zi Chen's signal, the barbarians of the Crow tribe invited Barbarian Bull back. It was as if they were worshipping a god. Barbarian Bull, who had been bullied by Barbarian Tiger, was finally able to hold his head high. After the barbarians of the Crow tribe left, only Zi Chen and the barbarians of the Black tribe were left. Zi Chen looked at He Ya and coldly asked, "I don't know why Patriarch He Ya called me back so urgently." Since Barbarian Wu had crushed the jade pendant, it was clear that something had happened. However, the Crow tribe was fine and He Ya was here. It was clear that He Ya was looking for him. Zi Chen's words clearly contained dissatisfaction. He Ya thought that he must have disturbed Zi Chen's training. He Ya smiled and said, "Leader Zi Chen, this is your first time here. Do you know that in the world of barbarian beasts, there are things that can rapidly increase one's strength?" Zi Chen coldly laughed and said, "Are you talking about the monkey fruit?" He Ya's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked again, "Leader Zi Chen also knows about the monkey fruit?" Zi Chen sighed and said, "I only found out a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to get a few. I was almost killed by the level 7 Monkey King." He Ya's eyes widened. The other barbarians of the Black tribe were also stunned. To be able to get a few monkey fruits from the hands of a level 7 Monkey King, just how strong was he? He Ya didn't really believe Zi Chen's words. He asked, "Leader Zi Chen, do you have any more of these monkey fruits?" Zi Chen shook his head and pointed at Barbarian Tiger and said, "No, we ate them. I didn't break through to level 5. He broke through to level 6. I was going to give one to Barbarian Bull, but we just broke through to level 5. Leader Zi Chen broke through to level 6. He Ya looked at Zi Chen. If a level 4 Zi Chen could defeat him in one hit, then wouldn't a level 5 Zi Chen be even stronger? Not to mention, he had a level 6 savage beast by his side. He Ya's expression began to change. "You told them to call me back just to ask me these boring questions?" Zi Chen asked in dissatisfaction. He Ya quickly shook his head. "No, of course not. I came here to invite Leader Zi Chen to go with me to snatch a level-up fruit of strength." Fruit of strength? Zi Chen frowned and looked at He Ya. "Yes." He Ya nodded and said, "A level-up fruit of strength is extremely rare even in the world of savage beasts." A level-up fruit of strength? How is that possible? Zi Chen didn't look happy at all. Instead, his face was full of doubt. "Level up? You mean any level up?" Blackcliff smiled and said, "Leader Zi Chen, you must be joking. Although the fruit of power is magical, it's not that magical. This fruit is only effective for warriors below level 6. It's useless for warriors above level 6. Chapter 794. He Ya didn't come to disturb them for no reason. He came to tell them about the fruit of might. It was a fruit that could raise a person's level. It just so happened that the fruit of might was very useful to Zi Chen. The two of them sat down in the room. Man who was lying on the side listlessly. He had already heard that the fruit of might was useless to those above rank 6, so he had lost interest in it. He Ya sat on a chair that didn't fit him. He looked at the cup of green liquid in his hand. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The cup was the legendary monkey wine. He Ya had only heard of it but had never seen it, let alone tasted it. But now, there was a big cup of monkey wine in front of him. He was drooling before, but after hearing Zi Chen's introduction, he couldn't bear to drink it. This was a good thing for recovering strength. He couldn't bear to drink it, but he couldn't take it away in front of Zi Chen. Heye scratched his head as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even forgot to mention the fruit of might. Zi Chen didn't rush him. He just looked at Heye. After a while, Wu Man walked in with a gourd in his hand. It was an ordinary gourd. The inside of the gourd was already hollowed out. If it was used to store wine, it could hold up to 2 or 3 pounds. Zi Chen took the gourd and poured the monkey wine in front of Wu Man and Heye. The monkey wine emitted a green light and the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. Leader Zi Chen, what is this? Wu Man asked curiously as he looked at the gourd that was about to be filled. The gourd was already filled to the brim. Zi Chen closed the lid and said, monkey wine. Wu Man's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What? Monkey wine? This is monkey wine. Zi Chen nodded. Last time, I found a group of monkeys and dozens of rank 5 beasts. I was lucky to get some. Zi Chen put the gourd on the table and pushed it towards Heye. It's not bad. Take it back and try it. Blackcliff's eyes widened, and his hands subconsciously grabbed the gourd. He seemed to realize that this action was not very nice and was beneath his dignity. He smiled, but he did not put down the gourd in his hand. Wu Man didn't understand why Zi Chen would give Blackcliff such a valuable item, but since the two of them were going to talk business, Wu Man left with his doubts. After receiving the gourd, Blackcliff calmed down a lot. If he hadn't seen Zi Chen fill the gourd with water with his own eyes, he would have poured the contents of the cup back into the gourd. After drinking the monkey wine, Blackcliff calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, this fruit of power is very strange. No one knows where it came from, and there is no pattern to its appearance. Sometimes it appears continuously, but sometimes it doesn't appear for thousands of years. Although it is a fruit, it does not grow on a tree. Zi Chen listened quietly and did not disturb him. Blackcliff looked at Zi Chen and said, in the past, people didn't know what was going on. They often sent people to look for the fruit, but as time passed, they gradually found some clues. Zi Chen looked at Blackcliff and asked, you mean, this fruit of power is related to us outsiders? Blackcliff's gaze fell on Zi Chen, so Zi Chen guessed. Blackcliff's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded and said, yes, the appearance of the fruit of power is related to you outsiders. It can also be said that this thing is tailor-made for you outsiders. Tailor-made fruit of power for outsiders? Zi Chen's curiosity grew. After a short pause, Blackcliff continued, these fruits of strength can raise a person's level. This is something that defies the natural order of things. Moreover, if you consume them continuously, the effect will not be reduced. If your strength is not at level 1, but you obtain 6 fruits of strength and consume them all, then your strength will instantly break through to level 6. And level 6 is precisely the level that you outsiders can leave. 6. The fruit of power is a heaven-defying item, and so many appear at once. Blackcliff nodded again and said, every time a fruit of power appears, there will be at least 6 of them. There is also a rumor that the barbarian god prepared these fruits for you outsiders. Zi Chen nodded. Regardless of whether what Blackcliff said was true or not, Zi Chen had to go take a look. Without the fruit of power, it would take at least a few years for Zi Chen's strength to break through again. However, before he decided to go, Zi Chen asked about the doubts in his heart. It seemed that a mere black tribe would not know about such a rumor, nor would they have the right to know. Blackcliff told him that the black tribe used to be a large tribe, but as time passed, they slowly declined. However, some secrets were passed down. Where is the fruit of power? Zi Chen asked. It is in the depths of the Cloud Mountain, more than 500 miles away from here. It would take 2 days to travel day and night. I got this information from the Wood tribe, so it is absolutely reliable. Blackcliff said solemnly. Zi Chen knew about the Wood tribe. It was the largest tribe within 1,000 miles, with more than 100,000 people. Blackcliff originally came to invite Zi Chen, but now that he had a gourd of monkey wine, he had no choice but to return to the black tribe. This kind of good stuff was better left in the black tribe. When Blackcliff was leaving, Zi Chen asked if he could wait a few days. Blackcliff said no problem, because he was the first to hear the news, and then came to inform Zi Chen. He guessed that it would take a long time before the fruit of power appeared. Black Cliff left with his tribe, and Zi Chen gathered the barbarians in the square. Then, Zi Chen told everyone that he would be leaving for a while, and everyone was very reluctant. Then, Zi Chen took out the harvest from the barbarian Dragon Mountain. Numerous level 5 and level 4 beast corpses covered the whole square. The barbarians were stunned because there were more than 20 level 5 beasts, and even more level 4 beasts. These corpses were not only food, but also resources. With these corpses, the barbarians' battle strength would increase by a lot. After giving some simple instructions to Wu Man, Zi Chen returned to his room. For some reason, when Black Cliff told him that the fruit of power was related to outsiders, Zi Chen felt a sense of danger, as if there was some kind of danger. However, he was observing Black Cliff with his spiritual sense and found that he was not lying or deceiving him. The fruit of power, if there really is one, I must get it. But before that, it is better to make some preparations. Who knows, we might meet other outsiders. The outsiders who could enter this place were naturally powerful. If it was a human, then their battle strength would be at least at the level of a Hutian warrior. If it was a demon, then it should be comparable to a dragon man. After returning to his room, Zi Chen sat down cross-legged. But this time, he did not train his strength, nor did he comprehend any barbarian techniques. Instead, he focused all of his attention on breaking the seal. Spiritual sense and Yuan Li were Zi Chen's most powerful attacks. They were the foundation of his journey on the ancient road. Also, he had already sensed the arrival of outsiders, so he would break the seal whenever he had time. After his strength reached level 5, Zi Chen would break the seal at night, and Man who would protect him. Due to the presence of Yuan Li and spiritual thoughts, as well as the fact that there were 2 holes in the perfect seal, the subsequent process of breaking the seal was still difficult, but he didn't faint every time. If he followed the rules and slowly broke the seal, there would not be any danger. Also, as the holes in the seal became bigger, Zi Chen's speed of breaking the seal became faster. During the period of breaking the seal, Zi Chen did not need to eat or drink. So, Man who stayed outside of Zi Chen's room, and no one dared to approach him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time passed, Man who was standing outside felt a pressure coming from the room. This pressure made him feel a sense of fear. In the end, there was a surging aura in the room. When Man who felt it, he was even more afraid than when he faced the Monkey King. This made Man who feel fear, and he had the urge to run away. This pressure lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, the pressure became stronger and stronger. In the end, even a level 6 man who could not breathe properly. The other Raven barbarians did not have such a big reaction because they did not dare to come close. 5 days later, Black Cliff came again, this time with 10 rank 4 warriors. But this time, the Raven barbarians' expressions were a lot calmer. On the other hand, when Barbarian Bull stared at them, their hearts would tremble. After hearing Wu Man's shouts, the pressure in Zi Chen's room slowly weakened. After a while, the door opened and Zi Chen walked out. The feeling that Zi Chen gave Man who was that he was very normal. It was as if he did not have any fighting power. Not only was Man who surprised, but Hya was also confused. Before, he could still feel the energy in Zi Chen's body, but now, he could not feel it at all. It was as if Zi Chen had lost all of his fighting power overnight. Chief Zi Chen, I've received news that many tribes have already sent people over. Let's hurry up and leave. Surprise flashed in Hya's eyes as he spoke. Yes, we can leave now. Zi Chen nodded. Afterwards, he told Man who that he was leaving. A group of ravens came out to send him off. Before leaving, Zi Chen secretly left some monkey wine for Man who. Barbarian Bull is not going. Hya asked when he saw that Zi Chen only brought Man who and not Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull's duty is to protect the Raven tribe. Zi Chen said. Hya nodded and did not ask anymore. After the group was a few miles away, Zi Chen's body began to emit a golden light. Then, his body began to change in an instant. Zi Chen, who was originally the height of an ordinary person, instantly doubled in height. Moreover, his facial features also became larger as he grew taller. Chapter 795. The barbarians from the Black tribe were stunned, and so was Man Hu. However, he was big enough to carry Zi Chen even though he was 3 meters tall. Zi Chen had a premonition that he might encounter other outsiders during the search for the Fruit of Strength, so he changed his appearance. Black Cliff's face was filled with surprise. After a while, he sighed, "The outsiders are indeed extraordinary. They can even change their appearance." Then, Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, "Chief Zi Chen, I heard that all the outsiders can fly. Is that true?" Zi Chen nodded, "That's right. All of them can fly." Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity. The other barbarians also turned to look at Zi Chen. Black Cliff asked again, "Just like a big bird?" "That's right, they can fly like a big bird, but they don't have the wings of a big bird," Zi Chen explained. Black Cliff sighed, "As expected, all the outsiders are extraordinary and can fly. If they don't have the strange disease, they will be the symbol of invincibility. In our world, there are quite a few people who are not very strong but can fly. With your strength in our world, you can also be called a powerhouse, but that's only in our world. Anyone who enters this world is a true powerhouse. If they don't have that strange disease, their true battle strength is at least level 7 or 8. Zi Chen wasn't wrong about this. All the outsiders who came here were at least at the late primordial core stage. Even if they weren't, they would at least have the strength to fight. According to Zi Chen, Hya was obviously more interested in the outside world. However, it was a pity that the barbarian warriors who could walk out of here had to be at least grade 8. It was impossible for Hya to reach grade 8 in his lifetime. Zi Chen was also puzzled, so he asked, "Are there no experts who can fly in this barbarian world?" "The only ones who can fly are the big birds," Black Cliff said. The world of barbarian beasts was very strange. Although there were birds that could fly, their realms were relatively low. Most of the birds were at level 1 or 2. Zi Chen hadn't seen a single level 5 or 6 bird ever since he entered the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Barbarians can't fly even after they reach a certain level of cultivation, Zi Chen asked again. Black Cliff was shocked. He thought for a moment and said, "There is. According to the legends, once a barbarian breaks through level 10 and reaches level 11, they will have the power to fly." "Level 11? Aren't you warriors only at level 9? Zi Chen's face was filled with doubt. Black Cliff smiled bitterly and said, "On the surface there are only 9 levels, but in fact there are 10, 11, and 12 levels. Below level 9 is the strength of many people. Above level 9 is the strength of the legends. Until now, there has never been a level 10 warrior in the history of the barbarians. The realms of the barbarians were divided into 9 levels, which were equivalent to the 3 stages of the inner core realm. A 9th level barbarian was equivalent to the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. Zi Chen guessed that a 10th level barbarian would be equivalent to the peak of the inner core realm, while a 11th level barbarian would be equivalent to the human origin realm. It was already very difficult to reach level 10 in terms of physical strength, let alone the human origin stage. However, if a barbarian really broke through to level 11, there would be some strange changes in their body, such as the ability to fly. Zi Chen didn't dwell on the topic of flying. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Suddenly, Black Cliff let out a strange cry and said, "I remember now. There is a kind of thing that can fly by nature." "What is it?" Zi Chen looked at Black Cliff. "Dragon, Torvosaurus. Legend has it that the Torvosaurus race in the depths of the Torvosaurus mountain range can fly by nature. They can even ride the clouds and summon the rain." Black Cliff's face was clearly filled with excitement. Zi Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Another legendary thing. This made him lose interest. Moreover, dragons had an extraordinary meaning in the world that Zi Chen came from. They were naturally very powerful. 1 or 2 of these existences were extremely heaven-defying. Just like the Longhu sovereign, there was only one of them in the world. However, Black Cliff said that it was a race. This was too unbelievable. There really are Torvosaurus in the Torvosaurus mountain range. They are born with the ability to fly. Because they are too powerful, no barbarian has ever explored the entire mountain range. Seeing that Zi Chen didn't believe him, Black Cliff added, "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on Zi Chen's face as he said, "Then we should go in and take a look when we have time. You outsiders are powerful and can fly. You can go in and take a look. However, we barbarians can't. My Black clan once had a peak level 8 ancestor who wanted to go in and find some resources to help him break through to level 9. However, he never came back after entering the mountain range. Later on, some experts went in to search for him, but none of them came back alive. It is said that the decline of my Black clan started from there." Black Cliff muttered as he explained the reason for the decline of the Black clan. A peak level 8 ancestor who went in and didn't come back. Zi Chen's expression slightly changed. Black Cliff's words really aroused his curiosity about the Torvosaurus mountain range. If he had the chance, he really wanted to go in and take a look. On the way, they passed by the barbarian god statue. Zi Chen signaled the team to stop and walked towards the statue. "Leader Zi Chen, do you want to go and learn a level 5 barbarian art?" Black Cliff asked from behind. Zi Chen nodded and didn't answer. "Leader Zi Chen, you don't have to go. The barbarian god statue here only allows you to learn level 4 barbarian art and below. If you want to learn a level 5 barbarian art, you must go to the barbarian god statue in the depths. That place is guarded by the Wood tribe." Black Cliff said loudly as he saw Zi Chen walking away. Zi Chen walked back and asked, "Only level 4 barbarian art?" "Why?" Black Cliff said, "The will of the barbarian god. He only gives level 4 barbarian art and below to the statues in the outer area. Level 6 barbarian god statue in the middle area is level 8 barbarian art and below. As for the real body of the barbarian god in the depths, it is level 9 barbarian art." Black Cliff's explanation was very mysterious, but when Zi Chen asked him what the will of the barbarian god was, Black Cliff said that he didn't know. "Leader Zi Chen, don't worry. We will pass by the barbarian god statue in the middle of our journey to the Cloud Mountain range. But we need to take a few dozen miles detour. You can start learning when we get there," Black Cliff said. After that, the group continued on their journey. But after traveling for a few dozen miles, they found a group of barbarians. They seemed to be going to the Cloud Mountain range as well. There were 6 of them. Although they were fewer than Black Cliff's group, they were all level 5 barbarians. Black Cliff's face turned ugly when he saw the 6 barbarians. Obviously, he knew them. The 6 barbarians also saw Black Cliff and stopped. They didn't hide the ridicule on their faces. When they saw Black Cliff's group of 11, the 6 barbarians were even more disdainful. But when they saw Zi Chen, they were slightly stunned. They then looked at Man Hu and seemed to be surprised. A level 5 barbarian said loudly, "Hey, isn't this Black Cliff? Are you also going to the Cloud Mountain range to look for the Fruit of Strength? The Fruit of Strength has no owner. If Mo tribe can look for it, why can't we?" Black Cliff said very impolitely. If he met these 6 barbarians, he would naturally keep a low profile. But now, he was standing next to Zi Chen. He was full of confidence. "Your tone is very strong, but I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it because of those 10 trash beside you?" The level 5 barbarian said disdainfully. He deliberately ignored Zi Chen and Man Hu. "I don't think I need to tell you where my confidence comes from," Black Cliff said indifferently. At this time, he also whispered to Zi Chen about the situation of the Mo tribe. Being able to produce 5 level 5 warriors, the Mo tribe was naturally stronger than the Black tribe. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the Mu tribe. It seems like the plundering this time is mainly done by level 5 warriors. Maybe there will be level 6 warriors involved. Maybe there will be even stronger ones. If you bring a few level 4 warriors with you, it will be suicide, Zi Chen said after hearing the news. Seeing the 6 barbarians, Black Cliff knew that it was useless to take them with him, but he didn't dismiss all of them. Instead, he let 8 of them go back and 2 of them stayed behind. Seeing the 8 barbarians leave, Black Cliff turned around and followed Zi Chen. Zi Chen has been sitting on Man Hu's back. When he passed by the 6 barbarians, he didn't look at them. Black Cliff followed closely and didn't pay attention to the 6 barbarians. The 6 barbarians were naturally angry. One of them shouted, "Stop, did I say you can go?" Unfortunately, Zi Chen and the others didn't care about them at all. After being ignored again, one of the barbarians couldn't take it anymore. He dashed forward, but he didn't block He Ya's path. Instead, he chose to block Zi Chen's path. He knew that He Ya, who was walking on the ground, had to listen to Zi Chen. Zi Chen frowned when he saw the barbarian blocking his way. Barbarian Tiger stretched out his claws. He didn't roar, nor did he release any of his energy. Instead, he stretched out his claws and slapped at the level 5 warrior. Although this attack was just a claw attack, it contained a lot of power. The 5th level warrior didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. With a loud bang, the body of the 5th grade warrior was sent flying. As he flew, a red line of blood streaked across his body, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. After the 5th level warrior landed on the ground, he slid back a few meters. His mouth kept spitting out blood. The anger in his eyes had been replaced by fear. His chest was heaving up and down as he coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was breathing out more than he was inhaling. When the other 5 barbarians saw this, they quickly ran over. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear. They originally thought that this barbarian tiger was a level 5 savage beast and that the young barbarian was at most a level 5 savage beast. However, Man Hu's casual claw attack had left one of them half dead. They knew that they had provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Sure enough, in the next moment, Black Cliff coldly said, "How dare you block leader Zi Chen's path? You deserve to be killed by Man Hu." The first barbarian didn't die, but as soon as Black Cliff finished speaking, his chest trembled a few times. He didn't even have time to breathe and died. When the other barbarians heard this, they were dumbfounded. A 6th level savage beast. This man who was actually a 6th level savage beast. After killing the first barbarian, Man Hu didn't stop and Zi Chen didn't even look at him. Black Cliff proudly glanced at the 5 barbarians and followed them. This was just a small episode. After a day and a night, Black Cliff told them that they were about to reach the barbarian god statue. Chapter 796. There was nothing within a few dozen meters of the barbarian god statue. However, Zi Chen saw the barbarians after he shifted his gaze. There were more barbarians than the Raven tribe, and there were also many tall buildings. Zi Chen had already spread out his spiritual senses and found that the barbarians were very strong. The weakest of them was at least level 4, and there was no lack of level 5 warriors among them. Everyone gathered here because there were things to be traded. In other words, this was a market. The things to be traded were also strange, but most of them were from the savage beast family, including blood, flesh, and bones. Zi Chen even found some intestines and other organs. Seeing that Zi Chen was obviously stunned, Black Cliff explained, "This is a small market set up by the Wood tribe. Originally, this market only revolved around the barbarian god statue to exchange for the blood essence of savage beasts. However, as time passed, more and more things could be exchanged." Zi Chen and his group were undoubtedly extremely eye-catching since they were riding on savage beasts. There were practically no weaklings among those riding on savage beasts. Hence, no one dared to casually provoke them. They would only give them a quick glance before looking elsewhere. Zi Chen's group passed by the market. There was also a market inside the building, but it was a proper shop. There were herbs and special powders for sale. Zi Chen glanced around, but he didn't find anything useful. Zi Chen rode on Barbarian Tiger in a straight line, heading straight for the barbarian god statue. However, just as he was halfway there, another person blocked his path. It was a level 5 warrior. His eyes were cold as he blocked Savage Tiger and said, "If you want to comprehend the barbarian god statue, you need 10 drops of level 5 essence blood." The statue of the barbarian god was open to everyone, but the prerequisite was that they had to pay enough. He Ya had told Zi Chen about this before, but He Ya had said 5 drops of level 5 essence blood. In this world, the currency was savage beast essence blood. 10 drops. Not 5. Before Zi Chen could say anything, Black Cliff said, "Last time I was here, it was 5 drops. The level 5 warrior glanced at Black Cliff with disdain. "When you were level 4, you only asked for level 4 essence blood. Every rank that came here would receive a different reward. This was what Black Cliff had said earlier. Chen sat on Barbarian Tiger's back and looked down at the rank 5 warrior. How did you know that I am rank 5? And how did you know that I am not an ordinary rank 5 warrior? You even took twice as much essence blood. The 5th rank warrior didn't seem to have a good temper. He didn't answer Chen's question. Instead, he shouted, "Hurry up and take out 10 drops of blood, or get lost." Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Barbarian Tiger couldn't wait any longer and was about to stretch out his claws. Suddenly, cries of surprise sounded from all around. "Someone who can fly! Someone who can fly is here! Oh my God, there really is someone who can fly! An outsider who can fly!" Cries of surprise rang out as everyone subconsciously looked behind them. This naturally included Chen and Man who was about to reach out his claws. After turning around, Chen saw a normal-sized human flying over from the horizon. The aura around him was not suppressed at all. As for his spiritual sense, it was spreading out without restraint. The opponent's spiritual sense was weaker than Chen's, so Chen could clearly sense his reckless actions. This was a late-stage core realm human, and his battle power was at its peak. It was obvious that he had broken all the seals. His physical strength was only at level 1, which was 4 levels lower than Chen's. Just as this outsider was flying over, more figures appeared in the sky. These figures came from the ground, causing the ground to shake. The ground shook, and savage beasts ran. A pack of savage wolves appeared in the sky. On the backs of all the savage wolves sat a barbarian. The leading savage wolf was a peak level 5 savage beast, and the person sitting on its back was also a powerful barbarian. It's the Wood Race. The Wood Race's team. Only the Wood Race can tame a pack of savage wolves in this area. Before Man Lang and the outsider arrived, the exclamations of the surrounding people revealed their identities. In front of them, the level 5 warrior who was blocking the way was also looking at the incoming team with a fanatical expression. 10 drops of blood essence. Here. Chen took out a small stone bottle from his chest. There were 10 drops of level 5 blood essence inside. Chen did not want to reveal his identity, nor did he want to interact with the outsider. He planned to leave after learning the barbarian arts. Unexpectedly, the level 5 warrior took the stone bottle and sneered, "10 drops are not enough. Give me 10 more." He was taking advantage of the fact that the Wood Race was here to raise the price and bully Chen. However, at this moment, Chen did not want to have a conflict with the outsider, so he took out 10 more drops of essence blood. The level 5 warrior took the bottle and snorted, signaling Chen to go over. When the group of barbarians and the outsider arrived, Chen rode the savage tiger towards the barbarian god statue. Chen did not want to cause trouble and deliberately avoided this scene. However, Chen did not know that he was the only one who was moving in the market. Not only did the outsider see him, but even the barbarian riding the savage wolf also looked at Chen. However, the outsider was looking at Chen. He used his powerful spiritual sense to scan Chen. Although he did not find anything special about Chen, he felt that there was something strange about this barbarian. On the other hand, the Wood Race barbarians were looking at Chen's mount, Savage Tiger. It was obvious that Savage Tiger was more imposing than the savage wolves. Although a pack of savage wolves was mighty, it was not as cool as a savage tiger. Savage Tiger came to the barbarian god statue, but it did not go up. It was obvious that it was unhappy with the pressure from the statue. Chen jumped down from Savage Tiger's back and walked towards the altar. He looked at the barbarian god statue. This time, Chen did not release his spiritual sense. However, the familiar feeling that the barbarian god statue gave him once again appeared in his heart. Soon, Chen felt the fluctuations from the statue and a level 5 barbarian spell appeared in the air. From the moment he walked up to the altar to the moment he understood the barbarian spell, Chen only used a few breaths of time. This scene not only shocked the barbarians, but also the outsider. Although he only had a level 1 physique and did not have the right to understand the barbarian god statue, he still knew a little about understanding the barbarian god statue. Others would need a few days to understand the barbarian god statue, But Lin Fan only needed a few breaths of time. At this moment, Zi Chen did not know that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, everyone's expression became very interesting because of his instant comprehension. He has a level 6 savage tiger as his mount and can understand the barbarian spell so quickly. What an interesting fellow. The outsider smiled. What? You said that savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast? The leader of the wood race, who was sitting on the back of a level 5 savage wolf, asked in surprise. He originally thought that savage tiger was a level 5 savage tiger. The other barbarians on the level 4 savage wolf also looked at the outsider. I can still sense mistakes. The outsider's face was filled with disdain as he said, it's just a level 6 savage beast. Do you have to be so surprised? After recovering from his illness, the outsider's strength was extremely terrifying. Since he was the leader of the wood race, they naturally believed in his judgment. The leader of the wood race clicked his tongue and said, he has a level 6 savage beast as his mount. How strong is he? The outsider smiled and said, he's a very interesting fellow. He's only a level 5 warrior, but he can tame a level 6 savage beast. I'm also very curious. Only level 5? The barbarians from the wood race were surprised when they heard this. Then, their eyes flashed and their minds became active. One of them asked carefully, how long will leader Mo Chen take to deal with him? When the outsider named Mo Chen heard this, he extended a finger, and his expression was extremely relaxed. One move. The barbarians from the wood race were surprised. At this moment, they were only concerned about how to deal with Savage Tiger's master. They did not think about how Savage Tiger's master could tame Savage Tiger. Mo Chen shook his head and said, it's not one move. It's just one finger. It's just a level 5 savage beast. I can deal with it with one finger. The barbarians from the wood race were even more relieved. Zi Chen did not know that trouble had already come knocking on his door. Hei Ya saw that the situation was not good, so he brought the two of them and blended into the crowd. At this moment, the other barbarians didn't move at all. All of them were looking at this side. Just a moment ago, the outsider didn't deliberately suppress the conversation between the Wood Tribe's people. So, they clearly heard the conversation. They also knew that a fierce battle was about to begin after the barbarian tiger's master finished comprehending. Of course, it could also be a one-sided battle. It could also be a battle that could end with one finger. In Zi Chen's mind, he was practicing the level 5 barbarian technique. The movement technique in his mind was similar to the movement technique in the air. When the movement technique in his mind was similar, Zi Chen's movement technique in his mind evolved again. It was evolving towards perfection. When Zi Chen evolved the level 5 barbarian technique to its peak, he cut off the connection between himself and the movement technique in the air. Zi Chen opened his eyes and looked at the statue of the barbarian god. The familiar feeling lingered in his mind. Zi Chen could not find it, so he could only give up. But when he turned around, Zi Chen found that everyone was looking at him. With a sweep of his gaze, Zi Chen saw many expressions of schadenfreude and pity. His heart skipped a beat as he knew that trouble had come knocking on his door. Zi Chen pretended that nothing had happened and walked down the altar. Before he could continue to sit on the back of the savage tiger, a level 5 barbarian quickly walked towards him. Before he reached Zi Chen, the barbarian shouted, "Hey, how much are you selling your savage tiger? Name a price." Zi Chen's expression was still indifferent as he said, "Not for sale." The level 5 barbarian raised his voice and said, "I'm from the wood race. Name a price. I promise that I won't bargain." While they were talking, the level 5 barbarian walked in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen frowned and said coldly, "Not selling. Isn't it just a level 5 savage tiger? It's nothing valuable. How about we give you 100 drops of level 5 blood essence?" The barbarian did not give up. When he reached Zi Chen's side, he casually patted the savage tiger. Chapter 797. The barbarian slapped man whose butt. Zi Chen frowned but didn't say anything to stop him. Of course, he didn't stop the barbarian, but he didn't stop Man Hu. This was because Man Hu wanted to fight back. Sure enough, before the barbarian's slap landed, Man Hu had already reacted. He turned around and stared at the barbarian with a pair of cold eyes. His huge tiger claw had already landed on the barbarian. Peng! This blow landed on the barbarian's head, and a huge force surged out. The barbarian's body trembled for a moment, and then he was sent flying backwards. After flying for 7 to 8 meters, the barbarian's head suddenly exploded. White blood splattered everywhere. Some even splashed on the altar. A level 5 warrior was killed by Man Who in a single slap. Everyone was shocked by Man Who's strength. They also knew that this man and beast had offended the Wood tribe. They didn't have long to live. Sure enough, in the next moment, a group of Wood tribe barbarians arrived. Zi Chen and Man Who were already half surrounded. All the barbarians stared coldly at Zi Chen. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the Wood tribe walked forward. He was still sitting on the back of the barbarian wolf. He pointed at the corpse and said, "We are just here to make a deal with you. If you don't want to, then just say it. Why did you have to kill him? Young man, don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Although his words sounded casual, the Wood tribe leader's anger had already been ignited. That was a 5th-rank warrior. He had wanted to provoke the other party and provoke him into attacking so that they could swarm him together. But now, he had been killed with a single slap. Zi Chen looked at the barbarians and sneered in his heart. Zi Chen had seen this kind of trick many years ago. Even though he knew that the barbarians were looking for trouble, Zi Chen wasn't going to back down. He smiled and said, "Then I'll compensate you." "Little guy, how are you going to compensate me for the life of a level 5 warrior?" The leader asked again. During this time, the outsider named Mo Chen stared at Zi Chen as if he was waiting for a good show. "My savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast. In my opinion, a level 6 savage beast is more valuable than a level 5 warrior. However, seeing that one of your people died, I won't haggle over that 1 or 2 drops of blood. 100 drops, I'll compensate you with 100 drops of level 5 blood essence," Zi Chen said. Zi Chen's words, they were clearly mocking the barbarians. After hearing this, the surrounding barbarians were enraged and their killing intent became even stronger. "Young man, it seems that you don't admit your mistake." The leader's face became gloomy. After a while, he said, "How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want the 100 drops of level 5 blood essence. But since one of our people died, we can't just let this go. Considering that you still have your people, I'll be magnanimous. Compensate us with the barbarian tiger and we'll let this go." Zi Chen chuckled, "Haha, you're really magnanimous. Anyway, the one who killed the barbarian tiger wasn't me. If it wants to, you can take it away at any time." After Zi Chen finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. After the barbarian tiger heard this, it opened its mouth and let out a tiger's roar. This tiger's roar carried the dignity of a level 6 beast. When the level 4 and 5 barbarian wolves heard it, their legs went soft and they knelt down on the ground. More than half of the 20 barbarian wolves had already fallen. The barbarians on top of them were also rolling on the ground. Although the level 5 barbarian wolves didn't fall down, their bodies were trembling. The leader of the Wood tribe shouted at Zi Chen, "You're courting death." Zi Chen sneered as Man Tiger continued to roar. After the second roar, many more barbarian wolves fell down in fear. "Enough! Make this beast shut up," the leader of the Wood tribe shouted. The other barbarians were also in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to attack Man Tiger. They still remembered how Man Tiger killed their comrade with a single slap. Man Tiger opened his mouth and was about to let out the third roar, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell on his body. Under this pressure, Man Tiger's roar was forced back. The pressure came from an outsider. When Man Tiger saw the outsider, fear appeared in his eyes. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stood beside Zi Chen. The outsider looked at Man Tiger with a mocking gaze. The pressure around him didn't weaken at all as he laughed. "Go on, keep roaring." Man Tiger's fear became even stronger, but Zi Chen didn't feel anything. He just looked at the outsider indifferently. "Humph. Kneel down." The outsider's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he shouted coldly, Seeing that man-tiger couldn't hold on any longer, Zichen suddenly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! A golden light flashed around his body as the energy in his body surged. The ground started to tremble as the energy surged. The outsider's pressure was instantly pushed back. Withdrawing his pressure, Mo Chen's gaze landed on Zichen once again. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Zichen looked at Mo Chen and asked, "What do you want?" Mo Chen smiled and looked at Zichen. "Little guy, it's not what I want, it's your mount that killed someone." "What do you want?" Zichen's face was a little ashen. It seemed like he was the victim here. Previously, he had been cheated of the savage beast's blood essence. Now, they were deliberately looking for trouble, but the other party was acting as if he was in the wrong. Zichen looked at the other Wood Tribe barbarians and asked, "What do you want?" The Wood Tribe barbarians had already stood up during this time. Many of them were still covered in dust. A Wood Tribe barbarian coldly said, "Either leave this mount behind, or pay with your life. Otherwise, not only will you have a hard time in the future, even your clansmen will have a hard time." Zichen's face turned cold. "So you are threatening me?" "Yes, we are threatening you. Not only are we threatening you, but we are also threatening your tribe," the Wood Tribe barbarian said. A smile suddenly appeared on Zichen's face. "Do you know how I deal with people who threaten me?" "How do you deal with them?" the barbarian subconsciously asked. The smile on Zichen's face suddenly disappeared. He coldly said, "Hit." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen had already transformed into a streak of golden light and stepped forward. In practically a single step, he arrived in front of the barbarian and punched out. Bang! The barbarian's chin was hit. His entire body was sent flying. The level 4 barbarian wolf beside him was also sent flying by Zichen's kick. Zichen's attack was as fast as lightning. After his successful attack, he flashed towards the second barbarian. The barbarian and his barbarian wolf were sent flying by Zichen's attack. This time, the barbarian and the beast were sent flying for dozens of meters. They almost crashed into an open-air stall. The other barbarians finally reacted after the two barbarians were sent flying. They shouted and started to attack Zichen. Facing so many attacks, as long as they weren't fatal, Zichen didn't bother dodging. He either punched or kicked. He would either send a barbarian flying or a barbarian wolf flying with a kick. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. In front of Zichen, the usually extremely powerful barbarians were unable to withstand a single blow. There were also some who had their bones shattered by Zichen's fist when they clashed head-on with him. In front of the perfect body, these level 5 warriors couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying by Zichen. While Zichen was attacking, Man who was watching the show from the side. He didn't care about loyalty at all. "Stop!" the leader of the Wood Tribe shouted. Zichen had already defeated half of the barbarians and barbarian wolves. In the distance, the others were all stunned. They never thought that this barbarian with Man who would be so powerful. Zichen retracted his fist and kicked a barbarian wolf flying. He then looked at the leader of the Wood Tribe and asked, "What do you think of this?" The leader of the Wood Tribe was so angry that his nose became crooked. Just as he was about to teach the barbarian a lesson, Mo Chen finally spoke. He had been smiling the whole time. When he saw the barbarians flying, his expression didn't change much. He walked towards Zichen with curiosity in his eyes. "You're an interesting little guy, but let's stop here." Then, Mo Chen pointed at Zichen and smiled. "Do you know what this means?" "You're going to pick your nose," Zichen said. Zichen's answer made Mo Chen feel like he was suffocating. Many of the barbarians in the distance almost laughed out loud. They all thought that Zichen was too weird. How could he guess that he was going to pick his nose? Mo Chen was clearly unhappy after being teased by this barbarian. He coldly snorted. "It's one move." "No, not one move. It's one finger. I can deal with you with just one finger." "Is that so? Then I'd like to see it." Zichen looked at the barbarian's finger and said, "But if you can't deal with me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter." Mo Chen was even more unhappy after being haggled by this stupid barbarian. But out of confidence, He coldly said, "Okay, but don't worry. I'll definitely kill you with one finger." "Good. Everyone can be my witness. If you can't kill me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter." Zi Chen raised his voice, but obviously, he didn't get any response. Mo Chen was truly enraged. He shouted, "Enough, you stupid barbarian. Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the elemental energy in abdomen surged crazily. Then, a powerful force gathered at his finger. In the next moment, his outstretched finger began to emit a dazzling light. Initially, Zi Chen thought that the other party must have some kind of special finger might, like his lightning finger or finger bone. However, looking at the other party now, he realized that the other party had completely infused his origin power into his fingers, and was purely attacking. This kind of action was really underestimating Zi Chen and Zi Chen's perfect body. Zi Chen sneered in his heart. In the next moment, he had already made his decision. After that, Zi Chen clenched his fist and combined the barbarian techniques in his heart. Then, he punched out. Chapter 798. The golden fist collided with Mo Chen's glaring fingertip, causing a loud explosion. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in fright. Mo Chen's finger slowly began to bend in the midst of the surging power. Mo Chen had a calm expression on his face, as if victory was within his grasp, but when he felt the powerful force surging out from his opponent's fist, his expression immediately changed. Just as he sensed that something was wrong and tried to pull back his finger, it was already too late. Zi Chen's fist was like a hot knife through butter as it directly bent his opponent's finger. Under the force of the punch, the bent finger let out a cracking sound and was actually broken. Zi Chen's fist broke Mo Chen's finger bone, then hit Mo Chen's fist. After a loud bang, Mo Chen's body was sent flying. Mo Chen was sent flying for more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only one of his fingers dangled as if it had no bones, and his face was gloomy and distorted. He had previously said that he would kill his opponent with one finger, but now, his finger bone was broken because of his carelessness. The surrounding barbarians were already stunned. The outsider was known as an extremely powerful existence, but today, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this barbarian. Zi Chen withdrew his fist, and the golden light around his body disappeared. He looked at Mo Chen in front of him and said, "You shouldn't even be at the first level of strength, but you were able to block my 5th level strength. You really live up to your reputation as an outsider." Zi Chen's words obviously came from the bottom of his heart, but in the ears of the crowd, it sounded more like a taunt. Mo Chen's gloomy face also became ferocious because of Zi Chen's words. But before he could say anything more, Zi Chen continued, "I blocked your finger attack, so today's matter is considered over. There are so many people here who can bear witness to this. Although part of the reason is because you underestimated me, I'm still alive, so I have to keep my word. I believe that outsiders are more trustworthy." Zi Chen's words were much more pleasing to the ears. As an outsider, Mo Chen naturally couldn't continue to cause trouble for Zi Chen. At the very least, he couldn't cause trouble for Zi Chen in front of so many people. The gloomy expression on Mo Chen's face slowly disappeared. He fixed his gaze on the barbarian who was not stupid and was even very tactful. It seemed that he would definitely suffer a loss today, but he was unwilling to accept it. "I've already finished learning the barbarian spells. I still need to find the fruit of power, so I won't disturb you." After Zi Chen finished speaking, he was about to leave with Man Hu. Previously, Mo Chen's expression was still a little hesitant. However, after he heard Zi Chen's words, he made up his mind. With a plan in mind, he coldly snorted, and his expression quickly became calm again. As for the severed finger from before, it was also rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the elemental energy. "Friend, may I ask which tribe you are from?" Seeing that Zi Chen was about to leave, the Wood tribe leader suddenly asked. Zi Chen turned his head and looked at the Wood tribe leader. There was a meaningful smile on his face as he said, "Raven tribe." The Wood tribe leader nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He thought about it for a while and deeply remembered the name of this tribe. After that, Zi Chen turned around and signaled Man Hu to leave. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Then, 7 or 8 barbarians were running towards them. While running, they were constantly shouting, "It's him. He is the one who killed our Mo clan members. Damn you. Stop right there. You who is riding man who. Stop." The barbarians were from the Mo clan. There were 8 of them. 6 of them were level 5 warriors and the other 2 were level 6 warriors. Previously, they had split into 2 groups. The group of 6 was the fastest. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer such a big loss. So, they decided to meet up with the level 6 warriors. "Leader, it's him. It's that guy's barbarian tiger. He killed Mo Li in 1 hit." A barbarian pointed at Zi Chen and shouted. Zi Chen had stopped and looked at the incoming Mo clan members. His face slowly became gloomy. It seemed that today was not a good day to go out. There was always trouble coming to him. The 2 level 6 warriors were walking in front of the Mo clan members. The leader of the 2 Mo clan members was surprised to see the Wood tribe members. He nodded to the Wood tribe leader. Apparently, this was a greeting. Then, his eyes fell on the outsider. There was a touch of curiosity and fear in his eyes. However, he didn't stay for long. His eyes fell on Zi Chen. Zi Chen looked relatively young and his height was shorter than the adult barbarians. He could be regarded as a young barbarian. "Brother Mu, I am going to deal with some things. I will catch up with you later," the leader of the Mo clan said as he passed by the Wood tribe leader. The Wood tribe leader nodded and didn't say much. However, after the group of Mo clan barbarians passed by, his expression became strange. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the other barbarians around them saw that these 8 barbarians were looking for trouble with the barbarian riding the tiger. Even the powerful Wood tribe and the outsider had suffered a loss in the hands of the other party. They couldn't understand how these Mo clan members could get back their face. Just by relying on 2 level 6 barbarians. But don't forget that they also had a level 6 barbarian riding the tiger. The 8 Mo tribe barbarians did not stop midway and directly walked towards Zi Chen. Along the way, no one came out to ask for the blood essence of the savage beasts, and the 8 barbarians also had a confident look on their faces, so they did not notice the strange expressions behind them. In the process of moving forward, the leader of the Mo clan glanced at Zi Chen and asked, "Are you the one who killed Mo Li?" "It's me. What do you want?" Zi Chen looked at the other party indifferently. "Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You are still so arrogant after killing someone." The leader of the Mo clan's eyes flashed with cold light. There were 8 of them. 2 level 6 warriors and 6 level 5 warriors. Even if the opposite party was a level 6 warrior, they could still deal with them. Even if they couldn't deal with them, at least they would be in an invincible position. It was with this idea that the Mo clan members were ready to get back their face. While they were talking, the 8 barbarians had dispersed. The leader of the Mo clan stood opposite to Zi Chen. The other 7 barbarians were on the side. They were ready to attack Man Hu at any time. Zi Chen's voice was colder. "You are looking for trouble." The leader of the Mo clan corrected him. "I am looking for an explanation." "Well then." Zi Chen nodded and then jumped down from Man Hu's back. He looked at Man Hu and said, "You see, people have already divided up. I will fight 1 barbarian and you will fight 7 barbarians." Man Hu roared and seemed to be very dissatisfied with this division. "Okay, let's end this quickly. Don't you feel uncomfortable being watched like a monkey show?" Zi Chen's words were a little impatient. Being ignored like this, the Mo clan members were angry, especially the leader of the Mo clan. He even shouted and was about to signal everyone to fight. However, before he could even shout, Zi Chen had already moved. Just like before, Zi Chen took a step forward. Golden light surged around his body, and the fused berserker art appeared once again. The terrifying force of his fist surged forth. On the other side, Man Hu also rushed to the only level 6 warrior among the 7 barbarians. The battle broke out in an instant. Just when some barbarians were guessing how long the Mo clan members could last, one of the 2 battles had already ended. The leader of the Mo clan was punched by Zi Chen on the chin. The strong force directly hit the opponent, and on the way back, There were a few big teeth mixed with blood spurting out from the opponent's mouth. This scene was very similar to the previous one. The only difference was that Zi Chen sent a level 5 warrior flying, but this time, he sent a level 6 warrior flying. There was a difference between level 5 and level 6, but under Zi Chen's punch, there was no difference. The battle on Zi Chen's side ended quickly. On the other side, Man Hu also used all his strength to push back the level 6 warrior. Under the tiger's claws, the other 6 level 5 warriors were also sent flying. On the way, 2 of them were killed by Man Hu because they were too weak. This was the difference in level. For Zi Chen, level never represented combat power because he had a perfect body. But for other barbarians, level was combat power. There was no problem for a level 6 barbarian to kill a level 5 barbarian. Not to mention, Man Hu was not an ordinary barbarian. He had swallowed the monkey fruit and refined the ancient beast's blood essence. The battle began and ended so quickly. Most of the people around were still in shock and did not react. Zi Chen had already sat on the back of Man Hu. When he left, he said to the head of Mo clan who was in shock, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" After that, without waiting for the leader of the Mo clan to answer, Man Hu had already stepped up and left, leaving a group of people in a daze. Interesting little guy, but he only has level 5 strength. Even if he is extraordinary, it's nothing. Just when everyone was shocked by Zi Chen's combat power, Mo Chen, who was an outsider, showed a faint smile on his face. The leader of the Mu clan sighed and said, "It seems that we are right to be fully prepared. We haven't even gone to the Cloud Mountain, and we have already found such an unusual person. It seems that this battle for the fruit of strength is not something that ordinary people like us can participate in." After comforting the leader of the Mo clan with a few words, the Mu clan set off. Before setting off, the outsider Mo Chen took the lead and flew into the air. When he flew above Zi Chen, he suddenly stopped and said to Zi Chen below, "Little guy, I wish you can come back alive." Zi Chen looked up at Mo Chen and said, "I also wish you to get more fruits of strength." Mo Chen snorted and sped up, so he didn't hear what Zi Chen said. Not long after, Zi Chen saw Heya and the other 2. After nodding at the 3 of them, the group went on their way again. In the team to snatch the fruit of strength, there was not only an outsider, but also a powerful barbarian, which made the Mo clan lose confidence. But the fruit of strength hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Once they get it, it means that there will be another level 6 warrior in the clan, so after gritting their teeth, they continued to move forward. Chapter 799. Cloud Mountain Range was just like its name. The entire mountain range was filled with clouds. Not only did it block vision, it even suppressed spiritual sense. Sensing that his spiritual sense was suppressed within 100 meters, Zi Chen's expression slightly changed. Obviously, there was something strange about these clouds. Usually there isn't so much clouds in the Cloud Mountain Range. Now there are so many that we can't even see the path. The fruit of strength must be about to appear. Seeing this scene, Heya didn't panic. Zi Chen stood outside the mountain range. He looked at Heya and asked, "You mean, there isn't so much clouds here?" Heya shook his head and said, "No, originally there was almost no clouds in the periphery. Usually, only the inner part of the mountain range has clouds. Generally, people hunt beasts in the periphery. No one dares to enter the depths. The fame of the Cloud Mountain Range is not any less than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Oh, is it possible that there is an existence stronger than the Barbarian Dragon here?" Zi Chen's face had a touch of curiosity. Black Cliff nodded and said, "That's right. Not only is it stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, it is much stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the barbarian god used to train in the Misty Cloud Mountain Range. The danger level of the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is even higher than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is where the barbarian god used to train." While the 2 were talking, the barbarians appeared in the distance. The Wood tribe had already entered the mountain range. Following them were the original Ink tribe. When they came from the Ink tribe, there were 9 of them. Now there were only 6 left. 3 of them were killed by Barbarian Tiger. When the 6 of them saw Zi Chen from afar, their faces changed. They took a detour and entered the Cloud Mountain range from another place. They deliberately avoided Zichen. Before the Mo tribe people stepped into the Cloud Mountain range, another group of barbarians appeared on the horizon in the distance. Zichen spread his spiritual sense and perceived the strength of the group of barbarians. They were all at level 5 or level 6, and there were more than 30 of them. Obviously, other forces came after hearing the news. Their purpose was to obtain the fruit of strength. These forces didn't walk together. Moreover, when they looked at each other, they were full of vigilance. Zichen entered the clouds and mist. His spiritual senses were instantly suppressed within 100 meters, and he could only see things within a dozen meters. In addition, there was also an oppressive aura in the clouds. The moment the level 6 savage tiger entered, he let out a low growl. His emotions became unstable, as if he was not used to this place. Originally, there were savage beasts in the periphery. Now that our vision is obstructed, we can't see anything. Please don't let any savage beasts appear. Black Cliff prayed after realizing that his vision was severely obstructed. Follow me, but don't stray too far from me, Zichen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Black Cliff and the 2 level 4 warriors moved closer to Zichen. A mournful cry was suddenly emitted from within the clouds. This cry did not last for long before it suddenly came to a halt. Black Cliff's expression instantly changed. The other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Clearly, when the scream ended, it meant that this powerhouse had died. Zichen's expression didn't change as he continued forward. After a few hundred meters, the group saw a pool of blood that hadn't dried up yet. Next to the pool of blood were some pieces of meat that had been chewed up. Black Cliff's face was pale as he said, "It's not that one. It should have died before. The corpse is gone. It must have been eaten by a savage beast. Let's continue," Zichen said in a deep voice. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out to 100 meters away, observing every movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, an object appeared in Zichen's spiritual senses. This object was like a cloud and was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for them. Along the way, it didn't make any sound. Even the clouds weren't affected. Peng! Zichen took a step forward and arrived beside Black Cliff. He punched out with his golden fist. With a loud bang, the unknown object was sent flying by Zichen. When Zichen's fist landed on the object, he felt that it was soft as if he had hit a ball of meat. The powerful force was almost halved in an instant. The remaining force could only send the object flying, but it couldn't kill it. After this punch, Zichen clearly saw the object's appearance. It was a small beast with soft white fur that was less than a meter long. It looked similar to a monkey in the human world, but its mouth had extremely ferocious and cold fangs. Black Cliff also saw the appearance of this small beast and immediately exclaimed, "This is a cloud savage beast that was born in the clouds. Damn it, shouldn't this kind of thing be in the depths? Why did it suddenly appear here?" Black Cliff's face was filled with fear. The cloud savage beast was clearly coming for him. Almost no one dared to go to the depths of the Cloud Mountain range. The reason so many people didn't set foot there was because of the existence of these cloud savage beasts. In the clouds, their speed was comparable to lightning, and their attack power was also very sharp. In the clouds, these cloud savage beasts were almost invincible. "Let's go." After sending the cloud savage beast flying, Zichen's expression didn't change. He continued to move forward. With his spiritual senses, he could detect the cloud savage beast's movements in advance, so he didn't have to be afraid. After being sent flying by Zichen, the cloud savage beast immediately fled. It was quite decisive. On the way, Zichen encountered another 2 cloud savage beasts and sent them flying with great force. Hearing the screams coming from the clouds, Black Cliff was very glad that he came with Zichen. If he came alone, he would have died many times over. As for how long it would take for the fruit of strength to appear, Black Cliff didn't know. All he knew was that the fruit of strength would appear here, but he didn't know if it was halfway or the deepest part of the Cloud Mountain range. Screams and roars could be heard from time to time. Along the way, Zichen also found half of a barbarian wolf's corpse. After advancing for a few hundred miles, the clouds gradually thinned out. Everyone's vision was able to reach up to 50 meters away, and Zichen's spiritual senses could also reach up to a few hundred meters away. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more cloud savage beasts. However, as they went deeper, Man became more and more irritable and restless. He kept roaring, but unfortunately, no one could understand what he was trying to say. After advancing for a few dozen miles, they discovered that there were no clouds at all. The blue sky gave them the illusion that they were in the outside world. Just when Hya was suspecting that they had already passed through the cloud mountain range, he heard Manhu's roar. Soon after, Manhu's rank 6 power started to fade away, dropping from rank 6 to rank 5. Zichen's eyes flashed. He didn't think that there would be a suppression in this place. Black Cliff and the other two were also shocked. Manhu's roar was only due to fear and he didn't feel any pain. After his cultivation was suppressed to rank 5, he got used to it and his irritable mood slowly improved. At the same time, Zichen's spiritual senses detected the presence of other people. They were just a few miles away. When Zichen's group arrived, there were already a few dozen cloud savage beasts gathered here. Originally, they were either rank 6 or rank 5, but after the suppression, they were all rank 5. Dozens of barbarians had gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. There was also a strong sense of hostility in their vigilance. However, they restrained themselves and didn't attack immediately. Among the group, the Wood tribe was the strongest. They had more than 25th rank warriors. Although some of them had died along the way, there were still more than a dozen of them alive. Moreover, almost all of these people had barbarian wolves as mounts. The barbarian wolves were all 4th rank. More than a dozen of them together was not a weak force. The outsider, Mo Chen, was sitting on a large rock not far away. He had an indifferent expression, but when he saw Zichen arrive, he glanced at Zichen with disdain. When the barbarians saw that Zichen's group had 2 rank 4 warriors, their faces flashed with disdain and they snorted at Zichen's group. In this forest, other than the barbarians, there were also many rank 5 savage beasts. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were more than 20 of them. This was a huge rocky land. It was also the end of the blue sky. If they continued forward, they would reach the land of clouds. In addition to the clouds, there was a mysterious force that formed a barrier in front of them, preventing them from moving forward. Zichen's spiritual senses swept around and he withdrew. Since everyone was here, this should be the place where the fruit of power would appear. After Zichen arrived, he led Hya and the others to the side and sat down on a large rock. The fruit of power will appear here. After sitting down, Zichen looked around and found that many people had the same doubts as him. Looking around, other than the mountain rocks, there wasn't even a decent plant. How could there be a fruit of strength? Just by hearing the name, the fruit of strength should grow on trees, but there didn't seem to be any trees that grew fruits here. Zichen wasn't the only one who was looking around. The others were doing the same as well. Apart from a few who were calm, most of them were filled with doubt. After looking around to no avail, their gazes fell on the large rocks. Some of them even took out stone tools and started to knock on the rocks. Idiots! Looking at the barbarians who were foolishly knocking on the rocks, Mo Chen's mouth had a trace of disdain. He looked at them as if he was looking at a fool. Although the barbarians didn't find anything, the doubts on their faces didn't lessen. During this time, Zichen's spiritual senses also secretly swept a few large rocks, but it was to no avail. During this period of time, he also indirectly proved that his spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's because Mo Chen did not notice him at all. Although it was partly because Zichen could sweep past him, it was more because Zichen's spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's. Chapter 800. This pressure was a spiritual thought. It was extremely powerful, and it wreaked havoc on the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as the spiritual thought passed through their bodies. This naturally included Zichen and the outsider Mo Chen. Their expressions changed as soon as they felt this spiritual thought. Spiritual thoughts didn't exist in the world of savage beasts. It was impossible to have any spiritual thoughts except for outsiders. But now, not only did a spiritual thought appear, but it was also an extremely terrifying one. It was so terrifying that it could obliterate them. Zichen's spiritual thought was powerful. He deliberately emitted it, but Mo Chen didn't sense it. But this spiritual thought wreaking havoc was extremely flamboyant, overbearing, and terrifying. Zichen and Mo Chen were on guard in the face of this terrifying spiritual thought. The second thing they did was to release their spiritual thoughts to sense the location of this powerful spiritual thought. The sky suddenly split open, and a pitch-black space crack appeared in front of everyone. The crack was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth of the netherworld. The terrifying pressure was wreaking havoc on the crowd from the crack. The sky is collapsing. The sky is collapsing. Many barbarians cried out in alarm as they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with horror. Zichen and Mo Chen's gazes fell on the crack as soon as it appeared. With their knowledge, they could tell that this was a space passage that had been forcibly opened. How powerful must one be to be able to forcibly open a space passage? Many barbarians were horrified when the space passage appeared. But a small number of barbarians were full of expectation. In the distant memory of their tribe, the mysterious fruit of power had come from here. The space was split open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. But the fruit of power didn't appear. Instead, an extremely tall figure appeared from the pitch-black passage. The figure took a step out of the passage, and stood in the air, overlooking everyone. Zichen and Mo Chen's complexion changed once again when they saw this tall figure. The other barbarian men also knelt down in fright when they saw this scene. Even the barbarian men who had been extremely calm a moment ago also knelt down in worship towards the void with a pious look on their faces. Barbarian god. It's the barbarian god. How is this possible? The tall figure walked out of the passageway with a terrifying aura surging around his body. All the barbarians were kneeling down in worship while the savage beasts were prostrating themselves on the ground. Facing the terrifying aura surging around the tall figure, all the savage beasts were frightened. Zichen almost cried out in surprise when he saw the figure that looked exactly like the statue of the god of berserkers in the sky. The other party looked like the barbarian god, and the aura around him seemed to have affected the entire Cloud Mountain range. In the barbarian world, only the barbarian god had such strength. On the side, Hya and the other two kowtowed to the shadow and called out to the barbarian god. Man who lowered his head as much as he could and shivered. The god of berserkers represented the strongest person in the world of berserkers. He was an invincible god in the hearts of berserkers, and at that moment, he was the only one in the world. Mo Chen had already stood up from the big rock. He activated the Yuan Qi around his body and looked at the opponent with fear. He was ready to defend himself. As for Zichen, he was staring at the god of berserkers. His face was filled with shock, but that wasn't the most obvious one. Zichen's face was filled with shock and confusion. Because at the instant he saw the tall figure, Zichen felt as if he was looking at himself, or rather, his future self. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart, and this feeling was no longer as ethereal, illusory, and unfathomable as when he was facing the statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, Zichen could clearly sense this sense of familiarity, and he also instantly sensed the source of this sense of familiarity. The perfect body. The source of this feeling was the perfect body. It was known as the strongest body among humans. The barbarian god also cultivated the perfect body, and it's the perfect body. This discovery caused a storm in Zichen's heart. The barbarian god stood in the sky and looked down. His emotionless eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on Mo Chen. During this time, the barbarian god only glanced at Zichen. However, Zichen could sense that the barbarian god had been observing him from the moment he appeared until now. The barbarian god's eyes fell on Mo Chen. The next moment, a powerful pressure was released from his body. Under this pressure, everyone felt as if they were frozen in place. They couldn't move their bodies anymore. The kneeling barbarians were still kneeling, and the savage beasts were still crawling. Only Zichen and Mo Chen were still standing. Under this pressure, everyone was motionless. Only their eyeballs could move. Bestow the fruit of power. The barbarian god opened his mouth high in the sky. His voice was loud and clear like a bell in everyone's mind. As he finished speaking, the barbarian god pointed at Mo Chen. A light appeared on his fingertip. Then, the light grew bigger, brighter, and became extremely dazzling. After a breath, a round ball the size of a walnut was formed in front of the barbarian god's fingertip. After it was formed, it flew toward Mo Chen. The round ball was the fruit of power. It was the power condensed by the barbarian god. Mo Chen couldn't move. Being stared at by the barbarian god, he was extremely anxious and panicked. However, when he saw the fruit of power flying toward him, he relaxed and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The fruit of power turned into a beam of light and fell into Mo Chen's hand. This was a fruit of power. Once consumed, it could make a level 5 warrior break through to level 6 in an instant, or a level 5 savage beast break through to level 6. This was the most amazing thing in the world of the barbarians. It was also the most heaven-defying thing. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. The barbarian god pointed at Mo Chen 6 times. After the 6th finger, Mo Chen had 6 fruits of power in his hand. Once he swallowed and refined all of them, his physical strength of the 1st grade would reach the 6th grade. He would reach the limit of leaving this world. With 6 fruits of power in his hand, Mo Chen, who still couldn't move, had a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Now that he was a 1st grade warrior, he only needed to swallow 5 fruits of power to break through to the 6th grade. The last one was to repay the Wood tribe. After the 6th finger fell, the barbarian god's gaze moved again. This time, he still didn't look at Zi Chen. Instead, he looked at the other barbarians and savage beasts. Then, the barbarian god pointed again. With every finger, a fruit of power fell into the hands of the barbarians. However, this time, the barbarian god didn't generously give out 6 fruits of power at once. He only gave out 1 fruit of power at a time. However, just 1 fruit of power was enough to make the person who received it overjoyed. It was worth mentioning that barbarian tiger, who was a 6th grade warrior, was lucky enough to receive a fruit of power. On the other hand, Hya and the other 2 4th grade warriors besides Zi Chen didn't receive a single fruit of power. As the fruits of power were distributed, Zi Chen was clearly anxious. Logically speaking, the barbarian god should have given them to an outsider like him first. However, he hadn't received a single fruit of power after giving out so many fruits of power. At this moment, Zi Chen seriously suspected that he had used the path of transformation of the perfect body to become a barbarian. Coincidentally, the barbarian god didn't notice and ignored him. Just as he was feeling extremely nervous and anxious, the barbarian god, who had distributed more than 10 fruits of power, finally looked at Zi Chen. Although Zi Chen felt that the barbarian god had been paying attention to him before this, perhaps it was just an illusion. However, the barbarian god was now really looking at Zi Chen. The barbarian god's eyes were still calm and emotionless as he looked at Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen was paying attention to the fruits of power, not whether there were any emotions on the barbarian god's face. It didn't matter if the barbarian god immediately cried when he saw Zi Chen. The most important thing was to give him the fruits of power. In the end, the god of berserkers finally pointed at Zi Chen while feeling all sorts of complicated emotions such as anxiety, anticipation, and anticipation. Buzz! A bright light flashed, and a fruit of power condensed between the barbarian god's fingers. Then, it slanted and fell into Zi Chen's hand. Zi Chen already had 1 fruit of power in his hand, but he didn't give up. Because he was an outsider, according to the treatment, he should have 6. Even if he could only use 1, no one would complain about having too many of such a heaven-defying item. He could keep the other 5 and give them to the monk, the demonic ape, Xian or Longhu when he got out. In that case, a mere 5 fruits of power didn't seem to be enough to distribute. Fortunately, the barbarian god wasn't stingy. The 2nd finger pointed at Zi Chen. In a flash of light, the 2nd fruit of power was formed and fell into Zi Chen's hand again. At this moment, many barbarians were puzzled and curious when they sensed this scene. They didn't understand why this barbarian was different from the rest and got 2 fruits of power alone. After all, each barbarian had 1 fruit of power. However, After the second finger, the barbarian god pointed a third time, and the third fruit of power fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the fourth finger, the fifth finger, and the sixth finger. 6 fruits of power appeared in Zichen's hand. This treatment was comparable to that of an outsider. At this moment, apart from the 3 people who knew about Zichen's background, everyone else was extremely puzzled. They couldn't understand why a barbarian could be treated the same as an outsider. The same. The answer was naturally different. After the 6th finger, the barbarian god paused for about 3 breaths. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Then, he pointed at Zichen again. 7 fruits of power. Zichen already had 7 fruits of power in his hand. He had one more than the outsider, Mo Chen. Everyone was even more puzzled and puzzled. At the same time, they were also guessing the origin of this barbarian. How could he be more favored than an outsider? A hint of doubt also flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. But soon, this doubt turned cold. So what if he had 7 fruits of power? He had to be alive to eat them. Not to mention 7, even if he had 8 or 9 fruits of power, so what? Mo Chen already had the intention to fight for them. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the barbarian god pointed a finger again. The 8th fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the 9th finger pointed a finger again. After the 9th fruit of power was formed, it was also given to Zichen. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. But after the barbarian god pointed a finger again, they felt that their minds were in a mess. P.S. Yesterday, I found out that I have word OCD. I'm used to typing in Word and can't type a single word on other typing software. During this period, I downloaded 3 typing software and used many colorful versions, but none of them worked. I can only type in the pure white version of Word. Chapter 801. While the barbarian god was distributing the fruits of power, in the deepest part of the barbarian world, the legendary barbarian god's true statue, a group of barbarians also received the fruits of power. The first ones to receive the fruits of power were 2 outsiders who had completely broken through the seal. Both of them were powerful and belonged to 2 superpowers in the deepest part of the barbarian world. One of them was the Earth race, known as the strongest power in the barbarian world. They had millions of members, and the strongest of them was a level 8 warrior. The other was the Fire race, which was second only to the Earth race. There were many powerful warriors in the Fire race, and they had a level 8 warrior as their leader. The true god of barbarian gods' true statue was guarded by these 2 powers. If the other powers wanted to learn the strongest barbarian art, they had to pay a sufficient reward. Besides the 2 outsiders, some of the surrounding barbarians also received the fruits of power. The situation was roughly the same as the Cloud Mountain. After the distribution of the fruits of power, the light on the barbarian god's statue faded away. Below the statue, the 2 outsiders looked at each other. "Wu Yu, will you leave after you break through?" asked an extremely young-looking male outsider who was wearing a suit of armor. The outsider named Wu Yu was a young man. He smiled and said, "Before I answer you, I want to ask you, Chen Meng, will you leave?" Chen Meng was startled, and his expression changed slightly. He then smiled and said, "Leave? Are you kidding me? I've been on this ancient road for dozens of times. It's not easy to come across such a place. No matter what, I have to stay for a while and recuperate." Wu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Meng paused and asked, "Wu Yu, we actually met on the same ancient road. I'm curious, how many ancient roads have you walked?" Wu Yu looked at Chen Meng and didn't answer immediately. "It's fine if you don't want to say. I'm just curious." Chen Meng didn't seem to care. Wu Yu said, "The 99 ancient road of trials, there's nothing to hide. I've already walked 5 or 8 of them." Chen Meng's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What? You've already walked 5 or 8? That means you'll reach the first gathering place if you walk 1 more?" "That's right." Wu Yu nodded. Then, he asked, "Why? Aren't you 1? Chen Meng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I only walked 38 of the ancient roads. I thought you were the same as me, but I didn't expect you to have already walked 58. The expression on Wu Yu's face didn't change, and he said, The ancient road is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one can say for sure what we will encounter during this period of time. However, I only arrived here on the 8th day, and you arrived here on the 8th day. Obviously, your talent and battle prowess are stronger than mine. Chen Meng shook his head and said, on the ancient road, there is no competition of talent or battle prowess, only luck. Survival is the way of the king. Wu Yu smiled and said, if we're talking about luck, you're better than me. You actually came earlier. However, I heard that there are 2 other outsiders in this world. I wonder how their luck is. Will they come earlier than you? Hearing this, Chen Meng shook his head again and said, that's not very likely. I think 38 is already the earliest. After all, I stepped on a first-tier ancient path back then. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, a first-tier ancient path. Those who dare to enter that place are truly extraordinary existences. I was unlucky and was chosen to enter the second-tier ancient path. Then, Wu Yu looked at Chen Meng and asked, after your strength breakthrough, you won't be leaving soon, right? Chen Meng looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, I want to take a look at the barbarian dragon mountain range, so I specially invited you. When the 2 outsiders were talking, the other barbarians in the distance didn't come close. The 2 of them seemed to be in a good mood, but in fact, they were both on guard against each other. After all, almost all the challengers on the ancient road were enemies. The barbarian dragon mountain range is a place with many legends. I also want to see if there are any barbarian dragons there. While talking, Wu Yu put away the 6 fruits of power. Good, after breaking through, we will enter together. As for the people of the Earth race, they will also cooperate with us. Chen Meng laughed heartily. Wu Yu also smiled faintly and said, I think the fire race is also very curious about the barbarian dragon mountain range. I think they will definitely cooperate with us. After the discussion, the 2 of them returned to their respective tribes and began to refine the fruits of power to increase their strength. During this time, there was not a single battle caused by the fruits of power occurred. Cloud Mountain Range. When the 10th fruit of power was in Zichen's hands, everyone was in a mess. Their minds became more active, and some of them even had an extremely unfriendly look in their eyes. Under the pressure of the barbarian god, everyone still couldn't move. Therefore, the unfriendliness was either in their eyes or in their hearts. After the barbarian god gave Zichen the 10th fruit of power, he didn't give any more. The bestowment of the fruits of power was obviously coming to an end. The pressure that enveloped everyone was slowly weakening. The barbarian world will no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure completely dissipated, the barbarian god's voice rang out again. The meaning behind his words was extremely important. He actually said that the barbarian world would no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure disappeared, all the barbarians once again knelt down. Those who received the fruits of power were kowtowing and thanking the barbarian god. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were praying. Even if they clearly heard the barbarian god's words and knew that the fruits of power would no longer appear, they still didn't want to give up on this last hope. After the barbarian god finished speaking, he didn't say a second word. His solid figure slowly dissipated in midair. The passage behind him also disappeared. After about 6 breaths, the barbarian god's figure disappeared and the sky returned to normal. The barbarians who were kowtowing stood up. Their expressions were different. Those who received the fruits of power were excited. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were disappointed and resentful. They started to curse. But in the next moment, their gazes fell on Zichen. Then, they shifted their gazes from Zichen to Zichen's hand. They saw the 10 fruits of power that were emitting a dazzling light. Greed instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts to their faces. Many of the barbarians started to breathe rapidly. They didn't receive a single fruits of power and were extremely resentful. However, Zichen received 10 of them. This was extremely unfair. Zichen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he was stared at by dozens of greedy eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about the barbarian god's words. Of course, these weren't the majestic words, but the words that resounded in Zichen's mind when the barbarian god's figure dissipated. The fruits of power are very useful for increasing one's physical strength. They have extraordinary meaning for perfect bodies. Don't be in a hurry to break through. First, use the fruits of power to establish a good foundation. Wait until your potential reaches a saturated state before breaking through. To ordinary people, the fruits of power have restrictions, but these restrictions are useless against perfect bodies. Little fellow, I look forward to meeting you again. Upon hearing the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zi Chen was clearly taken aback. This was because the tone wasn't the strange tone of the barbarian world. Instead, it belonged to the outside world, the extremely smooth tone of the human world. However, before Zi Chen could figure out where the barbarian god came from, he heard heavy and rapid breathing. Many barbarians, who had obtained nothing, had already approached Zi Chen. The barbarian god disappeared and the fruits of power were distributed. Everyone's previously suppressed strength slowly recovered. Leader Zi Chen. Black Cliff, who had obtained nothing, saw the barbarians approaching. His face was instantly filled with fear. Take your men and retreat. Man Hu, you retreat as well. Zi Chen said to Black Cliff and then to Man Hu. The fruits of power are also useful to you. Swallow them first and find a chance to refine them. Zi Chen said to Man Hu. Leader Zi Chen, be careful. Black Cliff and the other two began to retreat. Man Hu, who had swallowed the fruits of power, also retreated with the three of them. The sealed strength in Man Hu's body was also slowly recovering. His body was emitting the aura of a king. No one dared to provoke him. Zi Chen had 10 fruits of power, so he didn't need to snatch one from Man Hu. The barbarians were approaching while the outsider Mo Chen stood in the distance and sneered. During this time, the Wood tribe didn't try to get close to Zi Chen. Zi Chen glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, if you don't have any fruits of power, then I can forgive you. But if you still want to come, then you are simply courting death. As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, the barbarians' expression changed. They were the ones who had obtained the fruits of power, but after their expressions changed a few times, they once again rushed forward. Not everyone was going to approach Zi Chen. Some of them had already recovered their strength after obtaining the fruits of power and ran away. Apart from the barbarians, there were also some beasts that had obtained the fruits of power and ran away. A group of barbarians rushed towards Zi Chen. Battle cries instantly sounded. Zi Chen held the 10 fruits of power in his left hand. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the incoming barbarians. Peng! Under the golden light of the fist, a barbarian was hit by Zi Chen. This time, his body did not fly backwards. Instead, it exploded under the violent power of the attack. The barbarian's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. A dazzling fruit of power was caught by Zi Chen. Zi Chen blew up a level 5 barbarian warrior with a single punch. Moreover, this was a warrior with a fruit of power. Such a powerful battle strength shocked everyone. 2 of the barbarians sensed that the situation was not good. They wanted to retreat and run away, but they were already targeted by Zi Chen. It was too late. Then, Zi Chen punched out 2 more times and blew up the 2 barbarians. There was no doubt that these 2 barbarians had fruits of power. Zi Chen picked up the 2 fruits of power and said coldly, I told you not to be so greedy, but you didn't listen. After blowing up 3 people with fruits of power with 3 punches, Zi Chen now had a total of 13 fruits of power. However, his previous powerful battle strength could almost kill a level 5 warrior. This caused everyone to feel apprehensive. Although they wanted to obtain the fruits of power, their lives were more important. During this time, a few level 6 warriors were ready to make a move. Mo Chen stood in the distance and sneered at Zi Chen. Zi Chen didn't pay attention to these level 6 warriors who were trying to approach him. Instead, he looked at Mo Chen and sneered. Then, Zi Chen held the 13 fruits of power in his left hand. But in the next moment, a light flashed in Zi Chen's hand and the fruits of power disappeared. Chapter 802. The fruit of power wouldn't disappear for no reason. Mo Chen hadn't expected this. So, the sneer on his face froze in an instant. Mo Chen stood up and stared at Zi Chen. The disdain on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. If things were as he had guessed, then this trial taker of the ancient road had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. The restless 6th-level warriors took a few steps towards Zichen and stopped moving. The greed on their faces had been replaced by shock. They were shocked to see a human being who was much lower than the barbarians. This human had a common name in the barbarian world: outsider. This barbarian was an outsider. Moreover, he was an outsider who could change his appearance. The barbarians were shocked. Then, fear appeared on their faces. They began to move back carefully. The greed in their hearts had been completely suppressed by fear. There were too many legends about the outsiders. But, each legend had the word powerful in it. The 6th-level warriors moved back carefully. They were afraid that the outsider would get angry and kill them. However, their worries were unnecessary. Zichen didn't even look at them. "You're an outsider. You're an outsider." Everyone on the Wood tribe's side was stunned by Zichen's change. The chief of the Wood tribe cried out. The faces of the barbarians of the Wood tribe changed. They had offended an outsider. Fortunately, they had another outsider with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Zichen glanced at the barbarians of the Wood tribe. When the barbarian god had bestowed the fruit of power, 2 barbarians of the Wood tribe had been lucky enough to obtain it. Zichen didn't remember who they were. But, it didn't matter because the fruit of power had fallen into the hands of the chief of the Wood tribe. His eyes swept over the barbarians of the Wood tribe and finally fell on Mo Chen. Zichen's face was full of sarcasm and ridicule. He hadn't revealed his identity before because he was worried that the fruit of power would target an outsider. But, now that he had obtained the fruit of power, there was no need to continue hiding. "I didn't expect that you were also a challenger of the ancient road. I underestimated you this time." Mo Chen looked at Zichen with a dignified look. His words were cold. "Mo Chen, right?" Zichen looked at Mo Chen and said coldly, "You've taken a fancy to my fruit of strength. Just as well, I've also taken a fancy to yours. Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the fruit of strength, I can spare your life." Mo Chen's face twisted with rage as he shouted, "I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't see that you were a trial taker of the ancient road. However, if you want to steal from me, Mo Chen, dream on. I, Mo Chen, have been on the ancient road for more than 10 years, and I've walked through dozens of ancient roads. Usually, I'm the one who steals from others. Today, not only do you have to give me those 13 fruits of power, you have to leave behind your life as well. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogant words just now." Just as Mo Chen's cold voice faded, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body. This was the aura of a late primal core expert. After releasing his aura, Mo Chen's entire body began to glow. This was the light of origin energy, and it was actually extremely pure. Zichen was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected that Mo Chen had been hiding something. This guy was clearly a heavenly warrior, but as for whether he was a Hutian or Xiantian expert, Zichen didn't know. He couldn't tell. Amidst the cries of surprise, Mo Chen's body rose up from the ground. He stopped 100 meters above the ground and looked down at Zichen, his entire body filled with killing intent. Seeing Mo Chen rise up into the air like the barbarian god, the crowd of barbarians cried out involuntarily. "He could fly, he could fly. You've walked dozens of ancient roads to get here. It seems that your luck is very bad. I've only walked 3. Zichen also rose up into the air. He began to release his aura. It was also extremely pure origin energy. He was also a heavenly warrior. The aura released by both of them formed an inexplicable pressure. 100 meters below the ground, everyone felt their chests tighten and their breathing become difficult. What followed was obviously a fierce battle between outsiders. No matter if it was the barbarians or the savage beasts, they all retreated to the edge of the pressure. After hearing Zichen's words, Mo Chen almost fell down from the sky. He had walked 3 ancient roads to get here. Was this strength, or was it luck? It should be known that he had come out from a second-class ancient road. He had also entered the second-class ancient road voluntarily. But this challenger in front of him had actually walked 3 ancient roads to get here. What kind of ancient road was he? First class? This was almost impossible. After sensing that his opponent was only at the early stage of the primal core realm, Mo Chen relaxed. An early stage of the primal core realm naturally couldn't be an expert. He must have been lucky to be able to get here. The pure origin energy released by Zi Chen surprised Mo Chen. I didn't expect you to be a heavenly warrior. Unfortunately, you're only at the early stage of the primal core realm. Even if you're a Xiantian realm warrior, you won't be able to leave here alive. Zi Chen chuckled and said, I wasn't sure if you were a heavenly warrior or not. But after hearing what you said, I'm relieved. Mo Chen asked doubtfully, relieved about what? Don't worry. I'll be able to kill you smoothly. If you were a Xiantian realm warrior, I'm afraid I would have to put in a lot of effort. Mo Chen was furious. You're boasting shamelessly. We're 2 levels apart. Let's see how you'll kill me. Die. As he shouted, Mo Chen flew towards Zi Chen rapidly. In the process of moving forward, he had already circulated the ultimate Yuan Qi in his body to the limit. He was going to use his strongest attack. After knowing that Zi Chen was an outsider, Mo Chen didn't hold back anymore. The ruthlessness and decisiveness that he had cultivated on the ancient road also showed in the next moment. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. Zi Chen sneered. The ultimate Yang Yuan Qi in abdomen started to circulate rapidly. Under the circulation of Yuan Qi, Zi Chen's body started to emit a golden light. The dazzling golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Zi Chen clenched his fist and shouted, Tyrannical fist. The tyrannical fist was an ancient fist technique with extraordinary power. When Zi Chen threw this punch, not only did he use his origin energy, but he also used the strength of his level 5 body. This made the already terrifying punch even more terrifying when Zi Chen used his full strength. Boom! 2 beams of energy collided in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The 2 extreme energies collided, entangled, and reached a stalemate hundreds of meters high in the sky. After the loud explosion, a series of tremors spread out. The aftermath of the collision of the 2 extreme energies started to spread out. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated and rippled. Wherever the ripples passed, the tall trees and mountains instantly turned into dust. Even the barrier in the depths of the sky started to tremble. On the ground, many retreating barbarians were blown away by the shockwaves. Their faces were filled with horror as they tried to escape. They were far away from the shockwaves, but many of them were injured and vomited blood. If they were close to the shockwaves, none of them would be able to survive. In the sky, after the first attack, Zi Chen and Mo Chen once again closed in on each other. They continued to attack one after another. The collision of energy was like thunder, rumbling loudly. Both of them were Heaven Realm warriors. One of them had strength but no realm, while the other had realm but no strength. The difference in their attacking power wasn't very big, so the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. However, under Zi Chen's continuous attacks, Mo Chen was still at a disadvantage. But it was only at a disadvantage, and he wasn't injured either. After one head-on collision after another, Mo Chen's face became more and more gloomy. It seemed like this early-stage core realm warrior really had some extraordinary skills. After walking on the ancient road, Mo Chen understood that it was unwise to fight head-on for a long period of time. Therefore, after another confrontation, Mo Chen took the opportunity to retreat. After retreating for 1,000 meters, Mo Chen started to form hand seals. Then, under the blinding light, a sharp blade appeared in the sky and slashed towards Zi Chen. After the close combat was over, it was time to use spells. Zi Chen naturally didn't want to be outdone. Extreme Yang reappeared in the sky. Like a golden sun, a spell attack appeared and landed directly on the sharp blade. In the explosion of energy, the 2 spells dissipated, but the aftermath of the energy was still shaking. The ground 100 meters below had been destroyed beyond recognition. The barbarians and savage beasts had fled far away. The world of the barbarians was a world that focused on physical strength. In this world, other than the giant bird and the barbarian god, there was nothing else that could fly. All the attacks in this world were close combat. However, at this moment, the attacks from the two people in the sky had undoubtedly changed their worldview. Looking at the two's attacks, they felt like they were in a strange and bizarre world. He couldn't suppress his opponent with close combat, and he couldn't get the upper hand with spells either. Mo Chen knew that he had encountered an extremely difficult opponent. He didn't have any intention of hiding his strength. Before his energy ran out, he launched a powerful attack to destroy his opponent. Boom! The sky suddenly began to shake. Almost all of Mo Chen's Yuanli was released. The Yuanli stirred the void and turned into a giant energy dragon, rushing towards Zi Chen. This giant energy dragon was made of pure energy. In the outside world, it could kill a large number of people of the same level. However, if it wanted to kill Zi Chen, it was obviously a bit unrealistic. After launching the first energy attack, Zi Chen immediately launched the second style of the tyrannical fist. Hundreds of dazzling fist lights appeared in the sky and blasted towards the giant energy dragon. Hundreds of fist lights landed on the giant energy dragon, causing a series of explosions. Just as the fist lights dissipated, the giant energy dragon also crumbled. Endless energy surged in the sky. The energy light directly enveloped the two people. The barbarians in the distance couldn't see anything. Zi Chen, who was in the middle of the energy light, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind. He didn't have time to think. He pointed his finger behind him. Chapter 803. Mo Chen's face was full of shock when he saw his powerful attack being blocked by his opponent's finger. His weapon was an extraordinary alchemy weapon, and it was a sneak attack. Mo Chen had used this move to kill countless existences on the ancient road, and he had also used it several times to resolve the crisis. But now, the attack he was relying on was easily blocked by a finger. While his expression changed, Mo Chen swung his blade again, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Clang! His blade was blocked by his opponent's finger again, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zi Chen's fingertip emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura emerged. Mo Chen swung his blade 4 or 5 times, each of which was his strongest attack, but he couldn't break through the defense of his opponent's finger. It was the first time Mo Chen had seen such a tough and strange finger. His face was obviously flustered, and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Looking ahead again, Zi Chen was looking at him coldly, with a cold expression. After a dozen attacks, the violent energy around him had already dissipated. Mo Chen knew that it was useless to continue fighting. Therefore, he decisively turned around, put away his blade, and ran away. He had learned this from the ancient road. Otherwise, he would be the one to die if he stayed here. Want to run? Do you think it's realistic? Zi Chen said coldly. Light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. With a flap of the wings, Zi Chen turned into a silver cold lightning and chased after Mo Chen. Mo Chen, who was running away, looked extremely flustered, but if one looked carefully, they would see a trace of calmness in his eyes. Danger came from behind, and Zi Chen had already caught up. Mo Chen's flustered face suddenly flashed with a trace of madness, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Then, he turned around and slashed down with his blade. Go to hell! Blade light flashed, and a dense killing intent swept through the world. This extremely stunning blade attack was infused with all of Mo Chen's power, and it was fiercely chopped towards Zi Chen. This attack was completely unexpected, and Zi Chen didn't even have time to react. Swoosh! Without putting up any defense, the blade light slashed down and easily cut open Zi Chen's body. A thin cut appeared on Zi Chen's body. Half of his body had been cut diagonally. In the distance, the barbarians who hadn't fled yet saw everything clearly. They opened their mouths wide in shock, and their faces were full of shock. The person who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago had actually gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he had slashed open his opponent's body, turning defeat into victory. The Mu clansman, who had been extremely nervous before, finally relaxed after seeing Mo Chen destroy the enemy. Fortunately, the powerful outsider was on his side. However, compared to the Wood tribe's relaxed expression, Mo Chen's frenzied expression instantly turned into one of shock. Amidst the shock, there was even a hint of fear. At this moment, even he could not tell whether what he had slashed apart was a clone or an illusion. In front of him, Zi Chen's body, which had been cut open, suddenly dissipated and turned into the chi of heaven and earth. Mo Chen was still in the posture of finishing his attack. His waist was half tilted, and his long blade was slanted to the ground. He was motionless, as if his body had been fixed. Even though he knew that he had slashed apart a fake figure, he still didn't make any effective response. Seeing the outsider's body suddenly disappear, all the barbarians were puzzled. They couldn't understand how a living person could disappear just like that. Even if the person was gone, the fruit of power should still be there, right? But the fruit of power was gone. What was even more puzzling was that after Mo Chen had killed his opponent, he didn't move at all. He didn't even move to put away his blade. He just stood there in the air, as if his body had been fixed. He didn't make any next move. Amidst the puzzlement, some people noticed that there seemed to be a cold light flashing in front of Mo Chen's chest. It seemed like a sharp weapon had pierced his chest from behind. As the cold light flashed in front of his chest, everyone saw drops of liquid dripping down. At first, the liquid was droplet by droplet. Then, it formed a thin line and splashed onto a large rock below. Because the surrounding clouds had dissipated, many people saw the drops of liquid dripping on the rock from afar. It was actually red blood. Blood, it's blood. How is this possible? Just as the leader of the Mu tribe opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed, he heard even louder exclamations coming from all around. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw that Mo Chen had been lifted up by a long spear. The owner of the spear was the outsider whose body had suddenly disappeared. However, at this moment, the outsider had a pair of silver wings on his back. His expression was still as cold as before. You. Mo Chen hadn't died yet, but his strength had been completely suppressed by Zi Chen. Zi Chen could kill him at any time. Mo Chen's face was full of fear, and he seemed to be begging for mercy in the next moment. Bang! But at this moment, Zi Chen's spear trembled, and a wave of energy wreaked havoc in Mo Chen's body. Then Mo Chen's body exploded, and his spiritual sense was shattered. Mo Chen's body exploded into a rain of blood. During this time, there were 3 things floating in the air: a spirit ring, a pill weapon, and a yuan core. He was dead. The powerful outsider Mo Chen had actually been killed just like that. The Mu tribe's people were filled with terror. They hastily called over their barbarian wolves and miserably ran outside. They wanted to run out of this place and find reinforcements. That was because the Mu tribe's true experts were all outside. They knew that once they entered this place, their strength would be suppressed. While Zi Chen and Mo Chen were fighting in the depths of the mountain range, the outer regions weren't peaceful. There were a few tribes guarding this place, and the Mu tribe was the most powerful. They were guarding this place, waiting to catch everyone else in one fell swoop. While they were waiting, 2 barbarians came from afar. They were both level 7 warriors. When they arrived at the Cloud Mountain range, they started slaughtering the barbarians who were guarding this place. The barbarians couldn't defeat the 2 level 7 warriors even if they joined forces, so they started to run away. After a while, there were no more barbarians left except for the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 rank 7 warriors didn't enter the Cloud Mountain range. Instead, they stood guard outside. Once a barbarian came out, the 2 of them would ruthlessly kill him. After killing the barbarian, they would steal the fruit of strength from the barbarian. The level 7 warriors didn't have much use for the fruit of strength. Everything they did was for the sake of their tribe. The level 7 warriors snatching the fruit of strength was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After Zi Chen killed Mo Chen, he took the 3 things floating in front of him and descended from the sky. Below him, other than Ya, the other 2 level 4 warriors, and Barbarian Tiger, there was no one else. Everyone was afraid of Zi Chen's strength, so they ran away first. Leader Zi Chen. Ya greeted him, but it wasn't hard to see the shock on his face. His voice was trembling, and the other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Zi Chen nodded at the 3 and said, "Let's leave this place first." Zi Chen's tone was extremely calm, and there was no trace of fierceness in his tone. This allowed the 3 of them to heave a sigh of relief. Today, They had finally witnessed the true battle prowess of the outsiders. Just as the rumors said, once the outsiders recovered from their illness, they would be invincible since they could fly. Other than an outsider who could kill an outsider, a barbarian wouldn't be able to kill an outsider. The Wood tribe has all escaped. Hey said after he calmed down. At this moment, Chen was sitting on Barbarian Tiger's back again. Barbarian Tiger also sped up and ran outside. Chen said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Since the fruit of power had been bestowed, the mist in the cloud mountain began to dissipate. Although it wasn't dark blue yet, they could still see the path, so they were able to leave much faster than when they came. Behind Barbarian Tiger, the 3 level 4 warriors were also chasing. During this time, Chen also released his spiritual sense and occasionally found 1 or 2 barbarians hiding in the forest refining the fruit of power. But Chen didn't try to steal the fruit, and these barbarians also didn't attack him. They immediately left after taking the fruit. When they were about to leave the Cloud Mountain, Chen heard the roars of beasts and the miserable cries of barbarians. It's the roars of barbarian wolves. Could it be the Wood tribe? They were attacked, but who would dare to attack them here? Hey exclaimed. Chen released his spiritual sense and saw what was happening outside. The 2 level 7 warriors were crazily slaughtering the Wood tribe. As for the leader of the Wood tribe, he had already turned into a cold corpse. In addition, there were many barbarian and beast corpses in the surroundings. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. A black dog eating a black dog. The Wood tribe members were completely terrified. They didn't dare to fight back, so they urged the barbarian wolves to speed up. But the level 7 warriors were not only powerful, but they were also very fast. Even after they sped up, the barbarian wolves couldn't keep up. Miserable cries of both humans and beasts continued to ring out. Every time a scream rang out, it meant that a person or beast had died. Just as Chen and his group walked out, all the barbarians in the area were killed. The 2 7th grade warriors were filled with murderous intent, but when they saw the outsider, Chen, their expressions suddenly changed. Chen didn't pay attention to the 2 of them. Instead, he signaled Barbarian Tiger to go forward until he reached the leader of the Wood tribe. Chen waved his hand and 2 fruits of strength flew out from the corpse of the leader of the Wood tribe and into Chen's hand. After taking the fruits of strength, Chen didn't pay attention to the 2 of them and signaled Barbarian Tiger to continue forward. But on the way, Chen took away all the beast corpses. It was clear that they were food for the Raven tribe. The 2 warriors of the 7th rank were ignored just like that. Their expressions were somewhat uncomfortable, but the strength of the outsider made them incomparably fearful. "Do you know which tribe we are from? Outsider, you dare to steal our fruits of strength. You have guts." One of the level 7 warriors couldn't hold back and directly said. Chapter 804. Chen's threat made the 2 men's faces turn ugly, but they were not willing to leave just like that. "Outsider, we are from the Earth race and the Fire race, and there are 2 outsiders in our tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave the fruit behind. Otherwise, you should be able to guess the consequences." Their words surprised Chen. It seemed like there were 4 more outsiders in this world. One of them was Chen, and the other 2 were from the Earth race and Fire race. As for the last one, he was nowhere to be found. Chen's cold eyes fell on the 2 men. He said coldly, "I hate it when people threaten me, but I also hate killing people. I'll give you one more chance. Leave or die." The 2 men's faces turned even uglier, and their expressions kept changing. Looking at the 2 men's faces, Chen sighed, "It seems that before I can use force, all kindness will be seen as weakness." After he finished speaking, Chen jumped off Man-Who's back and rushed towards the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 men's faces changed. They were hesitant before, but because of Chen's attack, they made up their minds. Their faces were full of unwillingness. After they shouted, they used all their strength and threw a level 7 barbarian spell at Chen. Chen also clenched his fists. With his level 5 strength and the elemental energy in his body, he punched out from both sides. Compared to the barbarian's fists, Chen's fists were smaller by half. But when they collided with the two huge fists, two loud bangs were heard. The two level 7 warriors were sent flying by Zi Chen. Their faces were twisted in pain, and the fists and arms that they used to fight with Zi Chen were all shattered. "Let's go, let's go." The two men landed on the ground, and their faces were full of fear. One of them shouted while enduring the pain. They had lost the will to fight back. After giving the warning, the coldness on Zi Chen's face did not lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. "After displaying your strength, you'd be an idiot to continue being merciful. Moreover, I've also taken a fancy to the fruits of strength on your bodies." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden essence force enveloped the two of them. The two grade 7 warriors let out blood-curdling screams. By the time the golden essence force was retracted, the two grade 7 warriors had already lost their lives. Zi Chen found 4 fruits of strength from the two of them. Adding the 15 he had a total of 19. Based on the calculation of each level, even if Zi Chen's physical strength was not even at level 1, he would still be able to break through to level 19. Zi Chen didn't dare imagine a powerful body at level 19 because it was purely a dream. The strength fruit could only break through to level 6. Even if the perfect body wasn't restricted by this, Zi Chen's strength wouldn't increase much. After leaving this place, Zi Chen found a relatively remote place where he planned to refine the fruit of might. During this time, Hya and the other two followed Zi Chen. "Leader Zi Chen, are we going to stay here?" Hya asked, puzzled. Zi Chen nodded. "That's right. Let's increase our strength first." While speaking, Zi Chen took out a fruit of might and said, "I'll give you one. Refine it and break through this." Seeing the fruit of might in Zi Chen's hand, Hya couldn't suppress his excitement. "I came here all because of your information. You deserve it." Zi Chen placed the fruit of might in Hya's hand. Hya actually wanted to decline or be polite, but this was a fruit of might, an extremely heaven-defying item. He couldn't be polite. "All right, refine it." Zi Chen ignored Hya and looked at Man Hu. At that moment, Man Hu was refining the fruit of might. Barbarian God had told him that the fruit of might was extremely useful for increasing one's strength. Zi Chen didn't need to think to know that the fruit of might wasn't as simple as increasing one's strength. This kind of heaven-defying item must have other uses. Since Barbarian God had given one to Man Hu, there must be a reason. Therefore, Zi Chen had Man Hu refine the fruit of might. Hya stopped beside a pile of rocks a dozen meters away. With the fruit of might in his hand, he couldn't wait to refine it. The other two rank 4 warriors stood guard for Hya. Hya swallowed the fruit of might and began to refine it. Hya didn't have Yuan Li, so the so-called refining was digesting the fruit of might and fusing it into his body. Zi Chen sat cross-legged and prepared to refine the fruit of might. After calming down, a fruit of might appeared in his hand. The small fruit of might was only the size of a walnut. Zi Chen could swallow it in one gulp. When the fruit of might was formed, it was formed from the condensation of strength. Therefore, it didn't have the sweetness of a fruit. It didn't have any taste before entering the stomach, but once it entered the stomach, the fruit of might turned into pure strength. This pure strength gathered in Zi Chen's body under the circulation of the perfect body. This strength flowed through his meridians and fused into his bones, flesh, meridians, and every single cell of his strength. This was a wonderful feeling that could only be felt and not described in words. If words had to be used to express it, it was like a dry desert suddenly ushering in a wind and rain, or a thirsty traveler suddenly discovering the best nectar. The fruit of might was indeed a heaven-defying item. It could only increase Zi Chen's strength, but it didn't have any effect on Zi Chen's Yuan Li. The fruit of might contained an unimaginable strength. It was said to be able to forcibly increase a barbarian's strength by 1 level. After this enormous strength fused into Zi Chen's body, it fused with Zi Chen's strength. It was as if the conditions were right. If one's realm was likened to a bucket, then one's strength would be the water that filled the bucket. In the past, Zi Chen had strived to make the bucket bigger so that it could hold more water. This was an increase in realm. The appearance of the fruit of might made the quality of the water in the bucket higher and denser. This was a transformation of strength's essence. This was like a bucket originally filled with stones, but there were many cracks in it. This situation meant that although ordinary barbarians had a realm, they didn't have an extremely fine strength. Although they had such a realm of strength, their battle strength wasn't very strong and couldn't last for long. This weakness might not be seen when facing weak enemies, but if they were fighting against existences that were filled with fine sand, they would naturally be weaker. After the fine sand was filled, more water could be poured in until it was completely saturated. At this moment, Zi Chen was in such a situation. However, unlike others, because the perfect body technique he cultivated was relatively powerful, the strength he cultivated didn't contain stones or fine sand. Instead, it was pure water. This water filled up the realm bucket, making his battle prowess stronger and longer. But now, after refining the fruit of might, the water that was already full was compressed under the effect of the fruit of might. This made the density of the water even greater, and Zi Chen's power was naturally purer and stronger. Once the water was compressed to an extreme, it would become the purest thing. It could be called a solid state. Zi Chen's strength was like this. After being compressed to an extreme, it increased in quality. The principle of the ultimate energy contained in the heavenly warrior abdomen was not much different from this. They were all striving to increase in quality. After refining one fruit of might, this massive amount of energy had yet to fill Zi Chen's realm bucket, so Zi Chen didn't have the time to compress and refine it. Right on the heels of that, the second fruit of might entered his stomach. It contained the same level of power as the first one. Zi Chen began to refine the power again and let his body absorb it. After refining 3 fruits of might, Zi Chen felt that he had reached the limit of level 5 strength. If he was willing, Zi Chen could use this power to break through to the level 6 warrior realm. Of course, if he swallowed another fruit of might, it would be even easier for Zi Chen to break through. If not for the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zi Chen would naturally break through. However, after hearing the voice transmission, Zi Chen stopped breaking through. He continued to compress and refine the power. During this period, Zi Chen didn't only refine his strength, but also his body. If he wanted to store more dense items in the realm bucket, the quality of the bucket had to be excellent. Therefore, Zi Chen was refining and tempering his body at the same time. When the 4th fruit of might entered his stomach, it transformed into pure energy and was used by Zi Chen to temper his body. In the past, Zi Chen had used the ancient beast blood essence to do the same thing, but the effect was extremely slow. The fruit of might was almost specially prepared for the perfect body, so it was more convenient for Zi Chen to refine it. At this moment, Zi Chen's body was like a thirsty traveler, and the fruit of might was like nectar that constantly nourished Zi Chen's body. During the refining process, Zi Chen discovered that the perfect body that he had tempered countless times actually still had impurities. Some turbid energy was expelled through his pores, and Zi Chen's physique became even purer. During the tempering process, Zi Chen seriously suspected that once he broke through to level 6 and displayed the perfect body that had been compressed to the extreme, his combat strength would surpass that of using ultimate origin energy. The fruit of might was a rare body tempering treasure. When Zi Chen's body absorbed this power, more impurities were expelled. If Zi Chen's perfect body in the past was a tenacious foundation built with various resources, then after absorbing the pure energy contained in the fruit of might, Zi Chen's perfect body was a true perfect body. In time, when Zi Chen could mobilize the power in his body and condense solid energy, it would be an extremely magical and heaven-defying fruit of might. At this moment, Zi Chen suddenly understood the source of the fruit of might. It was actually a power source condensed in the body of an expert whose perfect body had reached the limit. As for the barbarian god from before, his perfect body had clearly grown to the peak, and the power condensed from his body was the fruit of might. Chapter 805. Zi Chen's power had not broken through yet, but as he refined the fruit of strength, he released a strong pressure. This pressure was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, making people feel suffocated. Previously, the 2 level 4 warriors were guarding Hya, but the pressure from Zi Chen, who was more than 10 meters away, was too terrifying. Their faces turned pale, and they ran far away after a short while. It's too scary. It's like a ferocious beast is right in front of me. The two ran away and stopped when they were a few hundred feet away from the pressure. Not long after, Black Cliff opened his eyes. He was also awakened by the terrifying aura. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one around, Black Cliff's expression changed. He could feel the oppressive aura right next to him. His expression changed drastically. When he realized that the pressure was coming from Zi Chen, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. He could feel that Zi Chen's power level had not increased, but the pressure from Zi Chen's body indicated that he had become even scarier. After getting up, Hei could not stand it for a few minutes. The suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. He walked a few hundred feet away, looked at the two level 4 warriors, and then sat down to refine the fruit of strength again. After refining one fruit of strength, Hei's power level increased from level 5 to level 6. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no one around him. The two guards had retreated a few hundred feet because the pressure from Zi Chen's body had become even scarier. The two level 4 warriors could not withstand it. In the world of the barbarians, Zi Chen was only a level 3 warrior. His level was lower than the people present. Of course, combat power was not included. Zi Chen's strength level had already reached level 5. Level 5 strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the primal core realm, which was higher than the elemental force level. Furthermore, after refining so many fruits of strength, Zi Chen's perfect body had transformed into true perfection. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique among humans, released the terrifying pressure that it should have. The moment his body transformed into the perfect body, it was equivalent to Zi Chen possessing the powerful battle prowess of a mid-stage primal core cultivator. This physical combat strength had already exceeded the realm of elemental energy. In other words, Zi Chen's strongest attack was no longer the moment he used elemental energy to cast techniques, but when he used his perfect body to cast berserker arts. Zi Chen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. However, this transformation was also accompanied by a huge consumption. During the time he had been refining and tempering his body, Zi Chen had already consumed half of the 18 fruits of power. 9 fruits, 9 miraculous and heaven-defying fruits of power, allowed Zi Chen's body to transform to a perfect state. During this period of time, Man who had also finished refining and was now with Hei and the other two. Looking at Zi Chen refining the fruit of strength in the distance, the trio's faces were filled with shock and confusion. What's going on? What's going on? He has refined 5 fruits of strength, but his body doesn't show any signs of breaking through. Hei let out a low cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, a level 4 warrior corrected him, "Leader, it's not 5. It's 9. When you were refining, Leader Zi Chen had already refined for 9. Hei looked at the 2 level 4 warriors. The two of them nodded. It said that 1 fruit of strength can increase a person by 1 level. However, Leader Zi Chen hasn't broken through after refining 9. This is too unbelievable. Hei couldn't understand Zi Chen's situation. As the number of fruits of strength Zi Chen refined increased, his aura became more and more terrifying. This aura made Hei and the others feel uncomfortable, frightened, and in awe. This aura was somewhat similar to the barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range. However, it was slightly weaker than the barbarian god's aura. Sometimes, when they slept at night, they would be awakened by this aura. It was as if a peerless monster was right next to them. These days of not being able to eat or sleep well lasted for several days. Just when the trio felt that their minds were about to collapse, Zi Chen finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Zi Chen's aura slowly dissipated. Withdrawing his aura, the trio and Man who walked over. Man who hadn't broken through, but his battle strength had increased. Not only did the fruit of strength increase his battle strength, but it also increased his potential. This would allow him to reach greater heights in the future. Hei, on the other hand, had broken through and become a level 6 warrior. This was the realm he had always dreamed of. However, after seeing Zi Chen easily kill a level 7 warrior and sensing the barbarian god's aura coming from Zi Chen, Hei wasn't as excited as he should have been after breaking through. When he arrived beside Zi Chen, He was extremely cautious. I still need to cultivate here for a period of time. You don't have to stay here with me. If there's anything you need to do, you can leave. Over the past few days, the trio's every move was under Zichen's spiritual senses. When the 11 fruits of strength allowed his perfect body to reach its peak, Zichen temporarily gave up on refining them. The trio didn't want to stay here either. When they heard Zichen's words, they quickly nodded. If there's anything, come and find me here. I reckon it will take some time before I can leave, Zichen added. Heye nodded and said, then we won't disturb Chief Zichen any longer. We'll take our leave now. The trio left, leaving Man-Hu behind. The 11 fruits of strength had allowed Zichen's physical strength to reach the peak. His perfect body had reached level 5. Without using his elemental energy, his physical strength was comparable to a Heaven Realm martial artist of the same level. This was because the energy cultivated by the perfect body wasn't any weaker than ultimate energy. After the trio left, Zichen rested for half a day and gave Man-Hu a few drops of ancient beast blood essence for him to refine. Now that Zichen's physical strength had reached the perfect body, there wasn't much point in having the ancient beast blood essence. Half a day later, Zichen continued to refine the fruits of strength. However, this time, Zichen wanted to break through to the next level. The pure energy contained in one fruit of strength was immense. Even with his perfect body, Zichen instantly broke through the barrier of level 5 and reached level 6. After reaching level 6, Zichen's body's wooden barrel had become larger, and the amount of pure power it could contain had also increased. Then, Zichen swallowed the 13th fruit of strength, followed by the 14th, 15th, and 17th fruit of strength. When Zichen only had one fruit of strength left, his physical strength had reached the peak of level 6. However, his physical strength stopped there. In fact, he had already reached the peak of level 6 after consuming the 16th fruit of strength. The 17th fruit of strength didn't increase his strength much and didn't reach level 7. Zichen knew that the fruits of strength were no longer effective. He had to rely on himself for the rest. This bottleneck to level 7 had to be broken by Zichen himself. After refining the 17th fruits of strength, Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. His physical strength was 100 times stronger than before. Just the thought of a 100-fold increase in combat strength was terrifying. Just as Zichen opened his eyes and was about to get up, he heard 2 loud sounds coming from under his feet. Then, Zichen saw that his feet had sunk deep into the ground. Zichen wasn't used to the sudden increase in strength, so he subconsciously used too much strength. Zichen bitterly smiled. He had actually forgotten about this. He put some strength into one of his legs and was about to pull his other leg out. However, just as he lifted his leg, he heard another loud sound. Zichen's leg, which had just put some strength into it, was now 3 inches into the ground. This is too ridiculous. Zichen's smile became even more bitter. It seemed that his strength had increased too much, and he couldn't even walk normally. Then, he exerted strength 2 more times, and Zichen sunk even deeper into the ground. Zichen was helpless, but he had to get out, right? So, he used his hands to try and break free, but who knew that the ground was like tofu? Zichen pressed his hands lightly, and good lord, both of his hands were sunk into the ground. At this moment, Zichen had no other choice. He needed a long time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. Thus, Zichen called Man-Tiger over. Man-Tiger bit Zichen's collar and pulled him out of the ground. After coming out, Zichen sat on the ground and wanted to thank Man-Tiger by patting his head. However, Man-Tiger was like a startled bird. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. Zichen smiled bitterly. I almost forgot about that. Luckily, you reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Next, it was time for Zichen to familiarize himself with his strength. This process was relatively slow because Zichen's strength had increased by 100-fold. The first thing Zichen had to learn was to walk normally. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him to let Man-Tiger bite his collar all the time or rely on his elemental energy to fly. During this period, Zichen constantly tried to control his strength. On the first day, He was already able to walk unsteadily. However, there were many deep footprints on the ground. On the second day, Zi Chen tried to pick up things. This was the so-called pick up and put down gently. However, after one day, all the things that Zi Chen picked up were broken into pieces. Among them, a large rock that Zi Chen lightly patted also shattered into pieces. Seeing Zi Chen's unstable state, Man-Tiger moved even further away from him. He was afraid that Zi Chen would accidentally pat him. If that happened, he would either be injured or die. On the third day, Zi Chen was able to pick up things without damaging them. However, he only picked them up and didn't dare to throw them. As for his feet, Zi Chen was able to guarantee that every step he took would use the same amount of strength. As a result, wherever Zi Chen passed, it was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints of the same depth. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, Zi Chen was able to control his strength better. Now, when he patted a large rock, it wouldn't shatter. Instead, it would only cause cracks to appear. Just like this, on the 10th day, Zi Chen was able to control his strength very well. Of course, he still wasn't very adept at it and there were times when he used too much strength. Chapter 806. Before he got close, Heya shouted. Zi Chen saw Heya. Heya was practicing his walking, so he walked towards him. As soon as his foot landed, the ground shook. Clear footprints appeared again. It seemed that because of Heya's arrival, Zi Chen couldn't control his power. Heya was heading straight for Zi Chen, but when he saw Zi Chen walking over, his body was twisting and turning. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. His face was immediately filled with shock, and he stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open, and he could even swallow a large bird's egg. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Zi Chen finally walked to Heya's side. He wanted to pat Heya's shoulder but realized that he couldn't reach him, so he gave up. Heya stared at Zi Chen blankly. After a while, he said, "Leader Zi Chen, something big has happened. The world of the barbarians is going to be in chaos." Chaos? What kind of chaos? Zi Chen sat on a big rock. This time, he controlled his power well and didn't break the rock. The few large tribes in the deep region are going to join forces to attack the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. During this period of time, there are also outsiders participating. Among them is the tribe that you killed the 2 rank 7 warriors from last time. Black Cliff released a shocking news. Oh! Zi Chen was obviously surprised by this. The news is true. This time, they are serious. However, before they attack the mountains, they want to unify the entire world of the barbarians. Zi Chen frowned. Unify the world of the barbarians? How do they do it? Do they surrender or do they kill them all? Surrender. Absolute surrender. If they have the slightest intention of rebelling, they will be killed immediately. Heya took a deep breath and said, according to the news, they will take everything they want along the way. Where are they now? Zi Chen asked. They are about to reach the territory of the Wood Race. Once the Wood Race surrenders, they will have to go to the Black Race. After the Black Race, it will be the Ravens. Heya said quickly. Zi Chen looked at Heya and asked, "What do you think?" "Me." Heya was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do? I can only lead the small black clan to submit." It was clear that Heya was still unwilling to accept this. Just simple submission? Heya shook his head and said, "Other than surrendering, we will also pay some resources according to the overall strength of the tribe. If the resources are not enough, we will use women or laborers to replace them." Zi Chen nodded. Evidently, he had already guessed why Black Cliff was so unwilling. After submitting, he would have to give something to the other party, which meant that he would have to offer offerings every year. Clearly, Heya wanted Zi Chen to step in. Understanding Heya's intentions, Zi Chen said, "I can help you with this matter." "Really?" Black Cliff's eyes brightened. He didn't have much hope in coming here. After all, Zi Chen wasn't from the Black Race. He was from the Raven. Zi Chen had a duty to protect the Ravens, but not the Black Race. Zi Chen nodded and said, "Helping the Black Race and the Ravens is no problem." Chen changed the topic and said, "But have you ever thought about what will happen if I leave? I am an outsider and I have reached the 6th level. I will leave very soon. After I leave, how do you think they will deal with the ravens and the black race?" This. Ya's expression changed. He hadn't thought of this. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but that he hadn't thought about it. He originally thought that Chen would stay here for at least 10 years, and with his protection, the Black Clan would develop well. Now that Chen said that he would leave soon, there was no point in protecting the black race for a short period of time. He would also offend the big tribes. Ya's expression changed. Thinking about the stakes involved, he was soaked in cold sweat. "I will take my people to submit now." Ya made a quick decision. He was afraid that the black race wouldn't be safe if they submitted too late. "Didn't you say that it's still early? I am going back to the ravens anyway. Let's go together." After Chen stood up, Ya noticed that the rock that Chen was sitting on had cracked. He was stunned. He was trying to guess how strong Chen was. On the way back, Man Who stayed far away from Chen. He was afraid that Chen would make him carry him. Chen didn't go back immediately. He went to the barbarian god statue. His strength had reached the peak of the 6th level. He could also learn a 6th level barbarian spell. His physical strength was Chen's strongest weapon. He needed to use it to the fullest. Perhaps because of the unification of the large tribes, when Chen arrived here again, there was no one in the small market near the barbarian god statue. There were only a few empty tall buildings, and the wood tribesmen who had been guarding this place had also disappeared. The last time Ya came back, he had come here to meditate. This time, he followed Chen and walked up the altar again. However, his speed was not as fast as Chen's. Forget about Chen, he couldn't even compare to the ravens. When Chen was learning a 6th level barbarian spell, Ya hadn't even entered the state of enlightenment. Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Seeing that Chen was about to leave, Ya smiled and followed Chen. During this time, Chen walked to familiarize himself with his strength. Because he needed to familiarize himself with his strength, Chen didn't walk very fast. It took him a few days to reach the black race's territory. Along the way, Ya invited Chen to visit the black race. Chen refused and said that they would talk about it next time. After that, one man and one tiger walked towards the ravens. When they passed by the barbarian god statue, Chen saw a few familiar faces. They were 6 barbarians. They were all 3rd level warriors. Wu La and Yuna were among them. The two of them seemed to have finished their meditation. They were standing outside the altar. There were no other black race guards around them. The two of them were chatting happily and didn't notice Chen's arrival. Chen heard their conversation from afar and felt a chill run down his spine. The two of them were still talking about sleeping with Yuna. If there was nothing good, Yuna wouldn't agree. Helpless, Wu La threatened to fight. If he won, Yuna would have to agree. Yuna curled her lips and said that Wu La wasn't a match for her. Wu La was furious. Chen shook his head and walked towards them. After deliberately making the sound of his footsteps, the two of them finally reacted. The two of them turned around and saw that it was Chen and Man Who. Their faces were filled with surprise. "Chief Chen." The two of them quickly ran over, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Chen raised his head and looked at the two of them. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You actually broke through to become 3rd level warriors." Hearing Chen's praise, Yuna revealed a rare bashful smile. Wu La, on the other hand, laughed loudly in joy. "This is all thanks to Chief Chen. If it weren't for the fact that Chief Chen brought us enough food, I wouldn't have been able to break through." Next, Wu La turned to Chen and said loudly, "Chief Chen, let me tell you a piece of good news. During this period of time, our Raven tribe has gained 7 more children. The children that Wu La spoke of meant children of the barbarian tribe. Other than food, children were the most important issue for the barbarian tribe. They represented the inheritance of the tribe." "Haha, is that so? Then I must congratulate you." Chen laughed dryly. What are you congratulating me for? This is all thanks to Chief Zichen. Quite a few of them were given to us by Chief Zichen. Haha, Chief Zichen, you are the benefactor of our Raven tribe. Zichen's mouth twitched and he nodded his head. Perhaps this was the cuteness of the Raven tribe. There was no such thing as a pure bloodline. All they had was the hope for the continuation of the tribe. Call them. We'll go back together. Zichen was afraid that Wu La would continue to brag about this issue, so he quickly interrupted him. Call them. Wu La was startled and said, but they haven't finished comprehending. Something big has happened recently. Let's go back first. Tell them to stop comprehending, Zichen said. Okay. Wu La ran back to the altar and called the others down. When they saw Zichen, their faces were filled with worship. Zichen nodded and found that these were originally second-level warriors. They had all broken through to third level. It seemed that the Raven tribe had changed a lot these days. Chief Zichen, we broke through to third level. We wanted to learn the third-level barbarian technique that you taught us, but the Raven tribe leader didn't have time to teach us. The others didn't learn it well, so we could only come here to comprehend. Along the way, Wu La's mouth was not idle. Sometimes he would ask for a little something, and Zichen could only nod and agree. Before they reached the Raven tribe, Zichen saw many people standing outside. In front of them were the barbarian bulls and the Raven barbarians. The Raven barbarians were busy breaking through. Now that they appeared, it was obvious that they had broken through. It had been almost a month since Zichen left. During this month, the Raven tribe had built many more stone houses. Wu Man and the others all came to welcome Zichen and invited him to the tribe. After that, they prepared delicious food for the returning Zichen. Right now, the Raven tribe was full of vigor and vitality. This was a sign that a small tribe was about to transform into a large tribe. During the banquet, all the barbarians expressed their highest respect to Zichen. They also prepared wine for Zichen. The original Raven tribe didn't have wine. These were made by the elders of the Raven tribe that Zichen had redeemed. These elders not only brought back the method of making wine, but also many of the lost skills of the Raven tribe. After the banquet, Zichen called Wu Man and gave him the last fruit of strength. What is this? Wu Man looked at the glowing ball in his hand with a curious face. Fruit of strength. After Zichen finished speaking, Wu Man still had a puzzled face. Zichen smiled and said, after swallowing it, it can increase one's strength by 1 level. Quickly go and refine it. After he finished speaking, Zichen drove Wu Man out. Wu Man held the fruit of strength. His eyes were full of shock, but after the shock, there was even more gratitude. Zichen walked out of the room and found the barbarian bulls not far away. They were looking in his direction. It was obvious that they had seen Wu Man take the fruit of strength and leave. Zichen took out the last monkey fruit and threw it to the barbarian bulls. This is what I promised you. Take it. Chapter 807. The Black Tribe, the tribe that Heye was in. After returning, Heye sent people to investigate the Wood tribe. As long as the Wood tribe surrendered, the other side would attack quickly. Heye and the Black tribe would also surrender immediately. The ground suddenly trembled. The roar of savage beasts came from outside, followed by the cries of the tribesmen. This change made Heye's expression change. When Heye rushed out of the room, the roaring savage beasts had already entered the tribe. This was a group of savage wolf riders. There were more than 100 of them. Each rider was an extremely powerful warrior. In their hands were sharp weapons that emitted a cold light. These weapons were made of materials and not the stone tools that the Black tribe used. They had already rushed into the tribe. Wherever they went, anyone who tried to pick up a weapon or had the slightest intention of resisting would be cut in half at the waist. One strike. No matter if it was a rank 3 or 4 warrior, they were all killed in one strike. The speed of these people from the large tribes was faster than Heye expected. Moreover, the other side's ruthlessness was also beyond Heye's imagination. While he was still in shock, dozens of tribesmen had already been killed. Don't kill. We surrender. Surrender. Everyone, put down your weapons. Don't try to resist. Heye reacted and shouted loudly. His voice was a bit hoarse. The most precious thing in the tribe was warriors. Now, the other side was slaughtering their warriors. The black tribe warriors threw away the stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with fear. There were also some who were clearly angry. They would be killed in the next moment by the wolf riders. The weakest of these wolf riders was rank 5. Their riders were rank 4 or 5 savage beasts. Other than the leader who was a rank 6 warrior riding a rank 6 savage wolf, there were 4 other rank 6 warriors in the group. This was a powerful wolf rider led by 5 rank 6 warriors. They rushed into the black tribe without any scruples. The savage wolves below them let out low growls. The riders also let out sharp cries. Wherever they went, they would kill any black tribe warrior that they didn't like or had the slightest bit of emotion on their faces. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very well trained. They could attack a tribe like the Wood tribe in a few rounds. As for the small black tribe, they didn't even need to deliberately attack. Only when all of the Black Clan people stopped resisting and lay on the ground, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, did the wolf riders shout again and rush into the stone houses one after another. Soon after, a series of chaotic sounds rang out from the stone houses. After a short while, the sound of a woman screaming and panting could be heard from within the stone house. These wolf riders began to do whatever they wanted in the small black tribe. They were unscrupulous. One of the barbarian leaders even broke into Black Cliff's room. The woman who belonged to Black Cliff was quickly pressed under his crotch and shot at by the barbarian. The entire Black Clan was filled with such voices, and the Black Clan warriors were still in a state of panic. These wolf riders, other than wantonly enjoying the women of the Black Clan, would also take away resources that they thought were useful. Of course, these resources included women. However, in the small Black Clan, the only resources that could catch their eyes were women and nothing more. The entire Black Clan had been tossed around in a foul atmosphere. This was a blatant robbery. Clearly, he was thoroughly robbed after showing his willingness to submit. Heye's face was filled with helplessness. The Black Clan that he had painstakingly built up for so many years had suffered a heavy blow today. Leader. Many Black Clan warriors ran over and looked at Heye, waiting for him to make a decision. Looking at the messy Black Clan, Heye's face was filled with helplessness. The other party was the wolf riders of a super powerful tribe. The small Black Clan was nothing in their eyes. Not to mention a single charge, even half a charge would be enough to destroy the Black Clan. At this moment, Heye only prayed that these wolf riders would not kill anymore. All kinds of confused sounds continued for a long time. Only then did the barbarian wolf riders come out of the room one by one. When they came out, they had some relatively useful things in their hands. The one who entered Heye's room was the leader of the wolf riders. He was also the strongest of the 5 6th rank warriors. He was the one who rushed at the front. In his left hand was a woman, in his right hand was a gourd, and behind him was a 6th rank barbarian wolf. As soon as the leader appeared, he directly walked towards Heye. Heye's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not mind that the woman was taken away, but the gourd was taken away. This made Heye's heart bleed. Looking at the leader of the wolf riders, Heye suddenly thought of something more important than the gourd. Speak, where did these things come from? The leader of the wolf riders came forward and let go of the woman. He pointed at the gourd in his right hand and shouted at Heye. He had opened the gourd before and found that it was monkey wine. This thing was extremely precious. Even the two clan did not have much of it. It's a bunch of delicious wine. I picked it up by accident. Heye was prepared to fool the leader. Slap. The leader of the wolf riders slapped Heye to the ground. The leader stepped on Heye's body and shouted, "Don't think that I don't know. This is monkey wine. Speak, where did you get it?" "I picked it up." Blood flowed out from the corner of Heye's mouth. "Damn it, you still don't know the truth." Seeing that Heye was not cooperating, the leader of the wolf riders was furious. He lifted his leg and stomped on Heye. At the side, many of the Black Clan warriors were furious. However, The other barbarian wolf riders quickly noticed the abnormality and rushed over. Haya was also a level 6, which was the same level as the leader of the barbarians. However, he did not dare to resist. He had received news that those who tried to resist did not survive. There were even tribes that were wiped out, leaving only the women alive. Haya was being stepped on by the barbarians. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Many of his bones were crushed, but he insisted that he picked it up. Damn it, you still don't know the truth. Under the signal of the leader of the wolf riders, the two of them lifted Haya up. After Haya was lifted up, the leader of the wolf riders did not continue to ask. Instead, he slapped Haya's face. Haya was coughing up blood. His teeth were spat out one by one. Both of his cheeks were smashed, but he still insisted that he picked it up. He was very stubborn. The surrounding people could not bear to see this, but no one told on him. After following Haya for a long time, they knew his temper. If he did not want to say something, no one could force him to say it. The leader of the wolf riders only slapped Haya and did not interrogate the others. Don't hit him, don't hit him. I'll tell you, it's the ravens. This thing is from the ravens. Seeing that Haya was about to be slapped to death, the woman next to the leader of the wolf riders screamed. Her face was full of tears. Oh, the ravens. The barbarian stopped slapping and shook the blood off his hand. He turned his head and looked at the woman. Yes, yes, I heard the leader of the ravens say it once. The woman cried. Bitch, you bitch. Haya's eyes were full of hatred. Slap. The barbarian slapped Haya again. This time, he used a lot of strength. Haya fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Where is the ravens? Take me there. The group of wolf riders took the spoils of war and left the black tribe. As for the ravens' location, naturally, someone told them. Just like before, someone told them where the black tribe was, someone also told them where the ravens were. When the leader of the wolf riders heard that the ravens only had 100 people, he was surprised. Follow me. The leader of the wolf riders laughed and urged the level 6 barbarian wolf to speed up. Then, more than 100 riders rushed towards the raven tribe. Behind them were more than 100 barbarians from other tribes. They were in charge of guiding the other tribes. At the same time, they were also in charge of collecting the spoils for the riders. Of course, this also included materials and women. At this moment, Haya was being carried by 2 level 4 warriors. These 2 warriors were from the Mo tribe and were now working for the wolf riders. Next to them, the woman who belonged to Haya was applying some herbs to Haya's face. She was now the personal property of the leader of the wolf riders. Haya's injury was not light. His whole body was almost in a semi-conscious state. He was being carried by 2 warriors at a very fast speed. Under the fast speed of the wolf riders, the ravens soon arrived. This was a tribe with only 500 people. The number of people was too small, but this did not hinder the wolf riders' high spirits. Therefore, under the roar of the barbarian wolf and the sharp cry of the wolf riders, a group of wolf riders rushed toward the ravens with sharp swords. With such a big movement, the ravens naturally noticed. Then, they all appeared and stared at the approaching wolf riders. Suddenly seeing so many wolf riders, the ravens' faces were full of curiosity and surprise. Of course, there was also a touch of shock and envy, but there was no panic. After seeing this scene, the leader of the wolf riders had a cruel smile on his face. He thought that this was really a small tribe. They didn't even have the slightest awareness. Can't they see that we are going to kill them? Facing the attack of the barbarian wolves, the ravens did not react. Only a few of them had taken out stone tools. However, there was one person who caught the attention of the leader of the wolf riders. It was a tall barbarian. In his hand, he held a long sword that shone with a cold light. Even though he was far away, he could see that the quality of the long sword was not ordinary. This small tribe had monkey wine and such a high-quality long sword. The leader of the wolf riders felt that this trip was not in vain. Because he was too happy, he made up his mind to exterminate this tribe. He would kill the men and leave the women alive. As the leader of the wolf riders looked around, He found that there was a beauty in this small tribe. It was Yuna. Immediately, the leader of the wolf riders saw Yuna as a celestial being. He was deeply attracted by her appearance. The leader of the wolf riders raised the sharp sword in his hand and slashed down. Although he did not speak, this action represented the extermination of the tribe. The sharp cry became louder. The wolf riders increased their speed and approached. The sharp swords in their hands flashed with a dense killing intent. A group of level 5 wolf riders exterminating a tribe of 500 was a piece of cake. However, when they approached, they found that the ravens' faces did not show any fear. Instead, they showed a strange expression. Chapter 808. The beast that rushed out from the ravens was a level 6 savage beast, barbarian tiger. Barbarian tiger's body was more than 5 meters long and it was very strong. After rushing out from the ravens, it arrived in front of the ravens. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest. A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out with a dense king's might. The savage wolves that were charging at the front trembled when they heard the tiger's roar. Almost half of the savage wolves lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground with their riders. The wolf riders that fell rolled on the ground a few times. Their bodies were covered in mud. Their sorry state made the other ravens laugh. Although the other savage wolves managed to block the roar and didn't fall down, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Barbarian Tiger was only level 6, he had refined the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength while he was with Zi Chen. He had also refined a lot of king-level ancient beast blood. Barbarian Tiger was no longer an ordinary Barbarian Tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body had some king-level ancient beast pressure. This pressure had a strong deterrent effect on savage beasts. After the second roar, many of the wolf riders fell down. The rest of the wolf riders had no choice but to stop because Barbarian Tiger's aura was too strong. Even the eyes of the 6th grade Barbarian wolf under the wolf rider leader and the other 2 6th grade Barbarian wolves were filled with vigilance and fear towards Man Hu. After the second roar, about 30 wolf riders were forced to stop. The rest of the wolf riders were also shocked when they got up. A single Barbarian Tiger was able to stop a whole group of wolf riders. When the other barbarians saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Heye slowly opened his eyes. The blood on his face had been wiped off but the wound was still very obvious. He saw the wolf riders, Barbarian Tiger, and the ravens. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was clear that if the wolf riders dared to attack the ravens, they would suffer unimaginable damage. With Zi Chen present, Heye had already expected this. If he had taken the initiative to tell Zi Chen that the monkey fruit came from the ravens, he wouldn't have lost anything. However, Heye didn't want to because this wasn't a matter of him losing anything. It was a matter of gratitude. The Black Cliff owed Zi Chen a debt of gratitude. Zi Chen had given them both the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength. This was a great debt of gratitude, so he could not be ungrateful. When Heye raised his head to look, he saw the leader of the wolf riders approaching Man Hu. Beside him were 2 other rank 6 warriors who were also riding rank 6 barbarian wolves. It looked like the 3 of them were going to attack Man Hu. At this moment, a muffled roar came from the group of ravens. Barbarian Bull, who had swallowed the monkey fruit and advanced to level 6, also rushed out. After charging out, Barbarian Bull and Barbarian Tiger stood side by side. Barbarian Bull coldly stared at the approaching wolf riders. Their bodies emitted a red light, as if they were burning flames. When Barbarian Bull appeared, although he didn't have the same pressure as Barbarian Hu, his fiery red fur was still extremely eye-catching. The 3 people who originally wanted to charge at Barbarian Hu had a slight change in their expression and subconsciously stopped. But before Barbarian Bull could continue to show off, Barbarian Tiger let out a dissatisfied roar. Barbarian Bull's body slightly trembled and he unwillingly retreated a few steps. Even though Barbarian Bull's strength had reached level 6, he still wasn't Barbarian Tiger's opponent. The leader of the wolf riders stopped. He was surprised. Level 6 Barbarian Tiger and level 6 Barbarian Bull. I didn't think that a mere 100-people tribe would have 2 beasts. 2 more wolf riders came up from behind. They were level 5 barbarian wolves, but the ones riding on them were level 6 warriors. These 2 people followed behind the first 2. 5 people and 5 wolves slowly approached barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. In their hands were sharp blades that flashed with cold light. The other side's formation was too strong. If the 2 sides fought, the ones to be slaughtered would naturally be the barbarian tribe. Barbarian tiger and barbarian bull's timely appearance was only a deterrent. After that, barbarian Wu took large strides forward. At that moment, other than the 5 wolf riders, the rest of the wolf riders also reorganized themselves and followed behind. The wolf riders' powerful battle strength reappeared. Barbarian Wu looked at the leader of the wolf riders from far away and shouted, "Our barbarian tribe surrenders. Surrenders. This is surrenders." The leader of the wolf riders spoke with a cold voice. Barbarian Wu was slightly startled and then said, "Our barbarian tribe is small and can't afford to kill. Please forgive us. We surrender." He glanced at Man Hu and Man Nyo before glancing at Wu Man. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "All right, I believe that all of you are sincere in your submission. Now, hand over the monkey bar. Monkey wine." Barbarian Wu was startled. The leader of the wolf riders sneered, "Don't tell me you don't have it or that you don't know. Bring him over." While they were talking, Heye was brought over from behind. His face was extremely swollen and his teeth were missing. Wu Man didn't recognize him at first glance. A moment later, Wu Man reacted and cried out in alarm, "Leader Heye, you are Heye's leader. This was found in his room and it came from your barbarian tribe. Don't tell me you don't have it. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than his and your little barbarian tribe will no longer have any reason to exist." While they were talking, the wolf riders once again charged forward. But this time, they didn't charge at barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. Instead, they spread out and circled around the barbarian tribe. Wu Man's expression changed. He didn't think that things would develop like this. This was completely different from what Zi Chen had expected. The wolf riders began to harass the barbarians but didn't immediately kill them. In desperation, the barbarians could only retreat. They retreated again and again until they reached the huge open space where they originally refined their bodies. More than 100 wolf riders had surrounded them. Even barbarian tiger and barbarian bull didn't know whether to attack or not. "Quickly hand over the monkey wine or your tribe will be exterminated." The leader of the wolf riders' expression was much colder. He left barbarian wolf's back and walked towards Wu Man. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, if you don't want your tribe to be exterminated, then cooperate with me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your little barbarian tribe. I don't know what monkey wine is. What do you want me to take?" Wu Man had a puzzled expression. Slap. The leader of the wolf riders suddenly slapped Wu Man's face. Under the great force, Wu Man was sent flying. "You dare to lie? Do you want to die? Do you want your tribe to be exterminated?" The leader of the wolf riders began to madly step on Wu Man's body like how he dealt with Heye. Wu Man was easily beaten and didn't dare to resist. This scene shocked the barbarian tribe. When barbarian tiger and barbarian bull saw this, they also rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. But in the next moment, the other warriors of the 6th rank and the 6th rank barbarian wolves rushed towards barbarian tiger and barbarian bull to stop them. The leader of the wolf riders continued to madly step on Wu Man. Seeing this, Wu Mu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Dog, you dare to behave so atrociously in the barbarian tribe? Die!" Wu Mu shouted loudly. His face was ferocious as he rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. However, his loud voice didn't represent his battle strength. He was kicked away by the leader of the wolf riders and was unable to get up for a long time. "Beat them up. Beat them up fiercely. Before I come out, don't stop. If anyone resists, exterminate their entire tribe without mercy." After kicking away Wu Mu, the leader of the wolf riders didn't continue to madly kick Wu Man. Instead, he went straight towards Yuna. His heart was burning with passion. He couldn't wait to see Yuna, who was comparable to a celestial. He had just finished controlling the situation when she came. Seeing the leader of the wolf riders charging towards her, Yuna's face was filled with panic. She exclaimed, "What are you doing?" A sinister smile appeared on the leader of the wolf riders' face as he grabbed at Yuna. Yuna resisted and attacked the leader of the wolf riders. However, due to the difference of 3 ranks, she was subdued in just one move. Next, the leader of the wolf riders carried her over his shoulder. Yuna continued to struggle, but it was useless. The leader of the wolf riders who was carrying her turned his head to look at Wu Man. A cold smile appeared on his face once more. Beating and interrogating were just his hobbies. It was purely a form of torture. As for the monkey fruit, he would be able to find it himself after he killed everyone here. The sinister smile on his face grew more and more complacent. He carried the beauty and headed straight for the largest house in the area. He knew that according to the customs of the barbarians, the largest house would always belong to the patriarch. As for the earthen race, a puny 6th rank like him wasn't much. There was no way he could get close to the patriarch. Thus, to be able to go to the patriarch's house was the most intense desire in his heart. Thus, after coming out, working in the patriarch's house had become his greatest hobby. Originally, when the Crow tribe members heard that their tribe was about to be exterminated, they were completely terrified. Fear and panic appeared on their faces. However, when they saw the leader of the wolf riders carrying Yuna into the patriarch's house, the strange expressions that disappeared from their faces resurfaced once more. Bang! The door of the patriarch's house was kicked open by a powerful force. Next, the leader of the wolf riders carried Yuna into the house. Outside, Wu Man was being kicked by 2 barbarian warriors. Further away was Man Tiger and Man Nyo, who were being held back by a group of people. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound rang out. This sound came from the patriarch's house. Everyone turned their heads to see the leader of the wolf riders, who had carried Yuna in earlier, flying out from the house. As he flew out, Yuna, who was being carried by him, swayed slightly before falling to the ground. When Yuna looked at the leader of the wolf riders again, her eyes had turned cold. The leader of the wolf riders, who was sent flying over 10 meters away, began coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. 2 5th-rank warriors rushed forward to help him up. They then turned their gazes towards the patriarch's house. They wondered what was inside that could send their leader flying out. Under their watchful gazes, a person walked out from the house. This person was much shorter than the barbarians. In the barbarian race, there was only one name for such people, and that was outsiders. Outsider. The Crow tribe actually has an outsider overseeing them. Chapter 809. These days, Chen had been adapting to his new strength. In his spare time, he had been comprehending barbarian techniques. Now, his strength was his strongest attack, so he had to develop it to the extreme. Chen had already known that the big tribes wanted to unify this area and make the people submit. He had also told the Crow barbarians that if the other party's attitude was good, then they should just submit. After all, the Crow tribe was only so big, so there was nothing that could catch their eye. However, if the other party wanted to kill, then the small Crow tribe would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Chen signaled for Man Hu and Man Nyo to appear and intimidate them first before submitting. Chen's plan was excellent, but it wasn't perfect. He was only referring to his own thoughts, but it didn't mean that the barbarians of the other tribes had the same thoughts as him. From time to time, the voices from outside seemed to indicate that this surrender wasn't going well, but Chen didn't care. He believed that with Man Hu and Man Nyo here, and the fact that the Crow tribe was poor, the other party would quickly leave after being intimidated. Only when Wu Shu shouted did Chen know that something had happened. It seemed that things had gone awry. Therefore, Chen released his spiritual sense to sense everything. The moment he released his spiritual sense, Chen caught sight of the extremely arrogant leader of the Wolf Riders. After taking down Yuna in one move, the leader carried Yuna and headed straight for Chen's room. Seeing the fanatical look in the leader's eyes, Chen knew what he was up to. Within the barbarian tribe, Yuna was definitely a beauty. Unfortunately, Chen was incapable of appreciating her beauty. Thus, Zi Chen had completely overlooked that point. At that moment, when he saw the leader of the wolf riders carrying Yuna, Zi Chen's mind was filled with the image of a human bandit who suddenly saw a beautiful woman. According to Zi Chen's standards, the other party's actions were extremely beastly. This kind of person was devoid of humanity and wanted to destroy someone's innocence. He was an existence that deserved to die. Just as the other party kicked the door open, Zi Chen also walked to the door. When he suddenly saw Zi Chen, the other party's face was filled with shock. The two of them looked at each other for a second. A second later, Zi Chen punched out. The wolf rider leader felt as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. He lost control of his body and flew backwards. After sending the leader of the wolf riders flying, Zi Chen walked out of the room. He looked around and saw the wolf riders, as well as Wu Man, who had been kicked. Because of Zi Chen's appearance, the wolf riders no longer kicked the Wu Man. Instead, they looked at Zi Chen in shock and surprise. "What's going on?" Zi Chen frowned, his voice cold. Wu Man stood up. There was blood on his body, but his injuries were much lighter than Black Cliff's. After he got up, he ran toward Zi Chen and said, "Leader Zi Chen, it's monkey wine. They're here for monkey wine. If you don't give it to us, we'll be wiped out." Monkey wine. Zi Chen was startled. He looked around again and saw Black Cliff. When he saw Black Cliff, he naturally saw the wounds on his face. To be honest, Black Cliff looked like a barbarian with a pig's head. If he hadn't sensed Black Cliff's soul with his spiritual sense, Zi Chen wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. Seeing Zi Chen look at him, Black Cliff's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Black Cliff's miserable appearance made Zi Chen's expression gloomy. Although he wasn't friends with Black Cliff, he didn't have a bad impression of him. Now that Black Cliff had been beaten to such a state, Zi Chen was still a bit unhappy. After seeing Black Cliff's aggrieved expression and recalling what Wu Man had said before, Zi Chen vaguely understood what had happened without Black Cliff's explanation. A smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face, but it was a cold smile. Many people who saw this smile felt a chill in their hearts. Ignoring the leader of the wolf riders not far away, Zi Chen directly walked towards Hei Ya. Seeing this, the two Mo clan members who were holding Hei Ya immediately left Hei Ya behind and ran to the side. Hei Ya's body swayed as he stood unsteadily. Seeing that he was about to fall, Hei Ya's woman supported him. Zi Chen walked 5 meters away from Black Cliff. Only at this distance could Zi Chen look at Black Cliff. Looking at Black Cliff, Zi Chen said, "You're injured." Black Cliff, this big man, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears began to fall. He was very moved because Zi Chen didn't ask if it was his secret. Black Cliff's mouth wriggled. He wanted to speak, but his swollen face made him unable to speak. Zi Chen raised his hand. Light flashed between his fingers and a blood-healing pill appeared. After shattering the blood-healing pill with his Yuan force, Zi Chen controlled the powder of the blood-healing pill and sprinkled it on Hei Ya's face. Black Cliff's swollen face instantly went down. In just a few breaths of time, there were no more scars on Black Cliff's face. "They came to my Black clan and started a massacre. Then they found monkey wine in my room and forced me to tell them," Black Cliff impatiently said as soon as he could speak. But Zi Chen stretched out a finger, indicating that Black Cliff shouldn't speak. He said, "I believe you." Just those 3 words made Black Cliff incomparably moved. He was so moved that he couldn't say a single word until Zi Chen turned around. Actually, Zi Chen was the one who was the most touched. Along the way, he had seen a lot of deception, and he rarely trusted anyone. In his heart, he had only met Hei Ya a few times, and although his impression of him was not bad, he did not treat Hei Ya as a friend. Even so, Hei Ya would rather get hurt than betray him. That kind of trust was the source of Zi Chen's feelings. And at this moment, Black Cliff had undoubtedly become Zi Chen's friend. Zi Chen even felt a bit guilty. He didn't consider him a friend, but he was willing to give up his life for him. Other than strength, friendship was the second thing Zi Chen had gained here. After turning around, Zi Chen's eyes became as cold as a blade as he coldly stared at the wolf rider leader. The wolf rider leader felt his hair stand on end. When he saw an outsider walking towards him, he felt even less confident. What are you doing? Do you want your clan to be exterminated? Threatened the Wolf Rider leader weakly as Zi Chen walked over. Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward, unaffected by the threat. Don't come any closer, or I will exterminate my clan. Even though you are an outsider, you have joined the Ravens. You are part of the Ravens. Do you want the Ravens to be exterminated because of you? Seeing that the outsider wasn't threatened, the Wolf Rider leader spoke again. This time, his words were much clearer. But Zi Chen still didn't stop. When he got close to the Wolf Rider leader, Zi Chen jumped up and slapped him. A golden light flashed. Bang! The Wolf Rider leader was hit and spun around a few times. Blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back and covered his cheek. He threatened loudly, "You dare to hit me? Do you want to destroy the Ravens? Do you want the Ravens to disappear?" The other Wolf Riders also let out a sharp cry. They took out their weapons and released their killing intent. Zi Chen's eyes didn't move. He was still staring at the Wolf Rider leader. He jumped up again and slapped him again. This time, under the loud slap, the Wolf Rider leader started to vomit blood and his teeth fell out. After beating him back again, Zi Chen said in a cold voice, "Every time you attack someone from the tribe, you threaten them like this. Then let me ask you, which tribe are you from?" "The Earth tribe." "I am from the Earth tribe, the largest tribe in the barbarian world." When he talked about his tribe, the Wolf Rider leader's face was full of pride. But unfortunately, the word Earth tribe did not scare Zi Chen. Before he could finish, he was slapped again. After the slap, the Wolf Rider leader vomited more blood. He staggered back more than 10 steps and his face became pale. After Zi Chen landed on the ground, he asked coldly, "You are so arrogant outside. Do the people from the Earth tribe know about it?" The Wolf Rider leader just opened his mouth and blood came out of his mouth again. He was in a sorry state. Zi Chen walked forward step by step, increasing the pressure on the Wolf Rider leader. But before he could attack, Zi Chen slapped him again. This slap was so loud that the Wolf Rider leader saw stars and his body swayed. "You keep saying that you want to exterminate the tribe. Do you think it's fun? Do the people from the Earth tribe know about it? Are you not afraid of being exterminated?" Zi Chen approached again and slapped the Wolf Rider leader again. The Wolf Rider leader had just gathered some strength, but it was immediately dispersed and he was sent flying. This time, Zi Chen used too much force, so much so that all of his teeth were knocked loose, and he spat them out in several mouthfuls. After being humiliated like this, the Wolf Rider leader went completely crazy. He stood up again and gathered the strength in his body. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill, exterminate the tribe." A murderous aura filled the air. The Wolf Riders raised their swords and prepared to slaughter the Ravens. But at that moment, a loud sound completely covered the word "kill." It was like thunder, and the killing intent that the Wolf Riders had gathered dissipated in an instant. In front of Zi Chen, where the Wolf Rider leader stood, there was only a pile of flesh and bones left. The Wolf Rider leader had been killed in one blow. A level 6 leader was killed in one blow. The eyes of the Wolf Riders were filled with fear. "We are from the Earth tribe, the most powerful tribe in the barbarian world. Kill everyone here." The Wolf Rider leader had just been killed. Just as the Wolf Riders felt that they had lost their backbone, the second leader from before opened his mouth to speak. Kill everyone." At the same time, the Wolf Rider leader, who seemed to be the third leader, also shouted. Then, the two of them took the lead and attacked the Ravens. The rest of the Wolf Riders also reacted. One by one, they raised their sharp blades and charged towards the Ravens. Seeing that the Wolf Riders were not completely frightened, Zi Chen was not surprised. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright golden light. The pressure of a level 6 perfect body was released. Under this pressure, everyone's face was filled with fear. This pressure was very similar to the pressure released by the barbarian god statue. For a moment, everyone was in a daze, as if they were seeing the arrival of a beast. Chapter 8:10. Zi Chen had disappeared, and there was only a golden lightning in the field. In the eyes of the barbarians, this was a real lightning, and its speed had already reached the limit. The second leader of the wolf riders only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. The third leader's sharp blade was about to hit a barbarian from the Raven tribe. Suddenly, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the third leader felt that his hand was as light as a feather. When he raised his head, he was shocked to find that his entire arm and the sharp blade had disappeared. Ah! The third leader, who did not feel any pain, let out a scream out of fear. However, his scream only lasted for half a second before it stopped abruptly. The third leader also fell down. The golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. Moreover, in just one breath, the golden light had flashed more than 10 times. Fast, it was too fast. They could no longer see Zi Chen. They could only see the golden light. In the second breath of the golden light, dozens of wolf riders had already fallen down. Under the speed of killing more than 10 people in one breath, the remaining wolf riders' fear reached its peak and they tried to escape. However, the golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. The wolf rider who fell down did not even have the chance to scream. Everyone around was shocked by Zi Chen's strength. The barbarians who had followed the wolf riders had already escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. Other than the ravens, there was only one man, Hya, and a few women left. They were all the spoils of war that the wolf riders had obtained. In addition, the most eye-catching ones were the barbarian wolves that had lost their masters. Zi Chen's pressure was only slightly weaker than the barbarian gods. The barbarian wolves did not have the courage to run away. Anyone who tried to escape would be intercepted by barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. At this time, Zi Chen had already killed a lot of wolf riders. However, he only killed the riders and did not kill the wolves. Under Zi Chen's pressure, the barbarian wolves did not dare to move. In desperation, the wolf riders could only jump off the backs of the barbarian wolves and walk. It had to be said that they still had a high chance of survival if they fled separately. After the golden lightning chased them for a while, it turned back. Not counting the leaders of the other clans, there were at least 10 wolf riders who ran away, but they all ran away and left their wolves behind. At this moment, over 100 barbaric wolves were crawling on the ground with fear in their eyes. Zi Chen's expression was as cold as ice. He released the pressure from his body and walked back step by step. Everywhere he passed, all the crouching wolves trembled. In their perception, this human was an existence even more terrifying than savage beasts. The pressure on his body had already surpassed that of a king. There were a total of 115 barbaric wolves. Among them, there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves, more than 10 level 5 barbaric wolves, and the rest were all level 4 barbaric wolves. Perhaps only a large clan could afford such a large number of barbaric wolves. Zi Chen suddenly took out the dragon soul spear, and a resplendent silver light flashed on the surface of the spear. Then, a loud dragon roar resounded, and a dragon's might spread out. This was the true might of a dragon, an existence that only existed in legends. When this might was unleashed, many barbaric wolves actually wet their pants in fear. Dragons were sacred and powerful existences. When this might was unleashed, the barbaric wolves felt their souls tremble. Zi Chen held the dragon soul spear and walked forward. After unleashing the dragon's might, the barbaric wolves' reactions satisfied him. When he reached the leader of the barbaric wolves, Zi Chen suddenly thrust his spear at it. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear pierced through the barbaric wolf's head and nailed it to the ground. Under this attack, the barbaric wolf's leader actually didn't die immediately. It let out a mournful cry, and its entire body twitched. However, after a few twitches, the barbaric wolf's leader stopped moving and died completely. The instant the barbaric wolf's leader died, the other barbaric wolves roared uneasily. Their bodies trembled even more, and their fear grew even stronger. At this moment, Zi Chen's cold voice resounded, "Submit, or die." When these words came out, the barbarians who didn't understand why Zi Chen wanted to kill the barbaric wolf's leader instantly understood everything. As for Hya, who had recovered from his injuries, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy. Zichen's action was obviously to help the Raven tribe subdue the barbaric wolves. As for why he killed the leader of the barbaric wolves, it was only to intimidate them. The most important reason was that there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves. Man Hu and Man Nyo weren't easy to suppress. After killing one, there were still 2 left. Even if the 2 barbaric wolves suddenly rebelled, Man Hu and Man Nyo would still be able to suppress them. Zichen's action was very far-sighted. Heye admired him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after Zichen's words, the barbaric wolves all chose to submit. They crawled on the ground and didn't move. Zichen's gaze swept over the barbaric wolves, and then he looked at the Raven warriors and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up your weapons and find your mounts." Hearing these words, the Raven tribe barbarians were all stunned. They didn't even react immediately. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find your mounts." The first to react was naturally Wu Man. After repeating his words, he was the first to charge towards the barbaric wolves. As a level 6 warrior, Wu Man's first target was naturally a level 6 barbaric wolf. "Wu Man, the barbaric wolf mount isn't suitable for you." Zichen suddenly called out to Wu Man. Wu Man, on the other hand, was stunned and he subconsciously stopped. The moment Wu Man stopped, the others reacted and charged towards the pack of barbaric wolves. As for the level 6 barbaric wolves that Wu Man coveted the most, they were instantly seized. One was Wu Shu, and the other was a level 4 warrior. Both of them were holding the weapons that the barbaric wolf riders used. The others followed suit. They all picked up their weapons and sat on the backs of the barbaric wolves. Their faces were filled with excitement. Including the level 2 warriors, there were over 100 barbaric wolf riders. Wu Man was very anxious. He scratched his head, but the mounts had already been distributed. He didn't have a share. Zichen pointed at the barbaric bull not far away and said, "This is a mutated barbaric bull. It definitely isn't any worse than a level 6 barbaric wolf." Wu Man's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. He had long been thinking about this barbaric bull mount. Zichen put away the dragon soul spear and walked forward. All the barbaric wolves had already stood up. They faced Zichen again. Although they were no longer afraid, their eyes were still filled with reverence. "Chief Zichen, what do you think of me sitting on it? Isn't it a good match?" The level 3 Wu Shu sat on the level 6 barbaric wolf and excitedly said. Zichen looked deeply at Wu Shu and said, "Right now, it isn't a good match. But in the future, it will be. Not bad, this barbaric wolf will be your exclusive mount." "Haha, thank you, Chief." Zichen's words were naturally the highest order of the Raven tribe. After this, no one would be able to take this barbaric wolf away. It belonged to Wu Shu. Wu Shu loudly thanked him. Zichen's gaze fell on the level 4 warrior on the second level 6 mount. This was the second warrior besides Wu Man to break through to level 4. Seeing Zichen looking over, the warrior also had a face full of smiles, waiting for Zichen's evaluation. Looking at the warrior, Zichen calmly said, "A level 6 barbaric wolf doesn't suit you. Go find a level 5 one." The level 4 warrior quickly got off and ran towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. On the back of the barbaric wolf, the level 3 warrior was chased off. This was the suppression of power. Then the level 3 warrior chased off the level 2 warrior. Zichen lightly patted the level 6 barbaric wolf's forehead. He turned his head to look at Heye and said, "Heye, this level 6 barbaric wolf is yours. Give it to me." Heye was clearly startled. Zichen nodded his head and said, "Not bad. For you. As a level 6 warrior, you are qualified to have this barbaric wolf as a mount." Having a level 6 barbaric wolf as a mount was naturally a good thing. No one could resist the temptation of a level 6 barbaric wolf. Heye expressed his thanks again and again. The level 6 barbaric wolf was now Heye's. Next, Zichen walked towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. Then, Zichen gave them some pointers on what level of barbaric beast they should own. Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric beasts was very strange. He did not assign the barbaric beasts according to their levels of power. The owner of one of the level 5 barbaric beasts was actually a level 2 warrior. It appeared that the way he assigned the barbaric beasts was based on his preference. Yuna, this level 5 barbaric beast belongs to you. When he reached the last level 5 barbaric beast, Zichen turned his head and said to Yuna. As Yuna was a woman, she stood far away and did not step forward. When she heard that, she was first stunned. Then, her face became one of ecstasy. She quickly rushed forward and sat down on the back of the level 5 barbaric wolf. She held a sharp blade in her hand and looked like a goddess of war. Use it as support and training, Zichen said to Yuna. Yuna nodded her head excitedly. At that moment, everyone felt that Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric wolf riders was very strange. However, they did not understand the specific meaning behind it. Only after several decades after Zichen left the barbarian world did they understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. At the same time, they felt that their leader Zichen was even more unfathomable. Hya, on the other hand, seemed to have some speculations. However, he did not dare to believe it. Even after several decades, he still could not help but sigh. After assigning the barbaric wolf riders, everyone left one after another. They happily went to test out the thrill of riding the barbaric wolf riders. The other ravens also left. It seemed that it was time to cook. Hya seemed to have something to say. However, in the end, he did not say anything. Go back to your tribe first. I will deal with the earthen tribe. However, you need to make plans to migrate, Zichen said. Migrate? Where do we migrate to? Hya looked at Zichen. Zichen gestured for Hya to come out. Then, he pointed to an empty space in the distance and said, that place is spacious enough. You all can move here. In the future, the Black Tribe and the Ravens will never invade each other's territory. Hya understood Zichen's meaning and nodded his head. However, he only understood half of it. He still had many doubts, but he did not ask too many questions. Just as Hya was leaving, Zichen asked how many days it would take for the Earthen Tribe to arrive. Hya said that he was not sure. However, it should be 3 days later. Zichen nodded his head and said that he would definitely arrive at the Black Tribe in 3 days. Hya took the women and left on the level 6 barbaric wolf. As for the other women, they chose to stay in the ravens to continue their ancestral line. After returning, Zichen ate the food that the ravens prepared for him and left the ravens. This time, Zichen flew through the air and headed straight for the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This time, he had offended the Earthen Tribe. Therefore, Zichen had to be prepared. Chapter 8:11. Zichen soared through the air, speeding along the way. His destination was the group of savage wolves guarded by the Grade 7 Monkey King. Ever since the savage monkeys schemed against a group of savage beasts and the Monkey King came out and killed many savage beasts, there were no longer any strong savage beasts in this area. Although many savage monkeys died in the last battle, to a large group of savage monkeys, this loss was nothing. Survival of the fittest, this rule also applied to the savage monkeys. Zichen soared through the air and arrived above the savage monkeys. He saw the monkey tree below him, as well as the savage monkeys on top of it. There were also a few shining monkey fruits. Previously, there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichen took 4, so there should be 8 left. But now, Zichen only saw 4 monkey fruits. As soon as Zichen appeared, he was discovered by the savage monkeys. Soon after, a group of savage monkeys let out a sharp cry. They immediately recognized that Zichen was the one who stole the monkey fruits and the monkey wine. Thus, after the sharp shriek, numerous stones rained down on Zichen, who was high up in the sky. Zichen's aura surged, and boundless origin power wreaked havoc. All the whistling stones that came whistling towards him exploded into dust when they were a few meters away from Zichen. Seeing all the stones turned into dust, the savage monkeys let out another scream. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked. Zichen's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, it pressed down on the ground. Boundless pressure gushed out, and at this moment, the group of savage monkeys' faces changed. The barbaric monkeys that were lying on top of the monkey tree immediately cried out in alarm when they felt the pressure at close range. Their bodies fell downwards until they were firmly pressed to the ground by the pressure of the pressure. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of falling echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were no more savage monkeys on top of the monkey tree. All the savage monkeys fell to the ground, crawling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Monkey King, come out. Chen stood in the air, resembling a barbarian god clad in golden armor. A large group of barbarian monkeys came out of the cave in a single file. However, after they came out, their expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably terrified. The moment they jumped out of the cave, they would be pressed down to the ground by the pressure. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was level 5 or level 6, they all lost the ability to fight under the pressure. Peng! At the entrance of the cave, a thunderous sound rang out. Following which, the large boulder at the entrance of the cave emitted cracking sounds. The Monkey King borrowed the force of the impact and shot up like a bolt of lightning before ruthlessly stomping towards Chen. As expected of the barbarian Monkey King, it was still able to resist Chen's pressure. However, that was all it could do. Chen coldly glanced at the Monkey King. After which, his silhouette flickered as he appeared above the Monkey King. Chen's strange speed clearly gave the Monkey King a fright. Just as the Monkey King was about to jump into the air to intercept Chen, it saw a golden footprint ruthlessly stomping towards it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Chen stomped on the Monkey King's head. A golden energy ripple spread out in all directions. After which, Chen stomped on the Monkey King and descended from the sky. When the barbarian monkeys below saw this, they cried out in alarm and pounced towards the Monkey King. They actually wanted to be the Monkey King's scapegoat. When Chen saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. However, as he waved his sleeves, a tornado appeared out of thin air and swept the charging barbarian monkeys away in an instant. On the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The Monkey King landed on the ground and a deep pit appeared. At this moment, Chen was standing on the Monkey King's body. One of his feet was stepping on the Monkey King's head as boundless golden light flashed. The last time Chen fought with the Monkey King, he was defeated in a single strike. In the end, he had to flee in a sorry state. Today, he fought with the Monkey King again and defeated it in a single strike. The Monkey King was still struggling, but it was useless. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed towards Chen with extreme speed. Their sharp claws and fangs tore at Chen. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were covered in a fiery red color. It was as if a fiery cloud was descending from the sky. Chen's surroundings were instantly filled with barbarian monkeys. The eyes of these barbarian monkeys were all red, as if they had gone mad. Chen's terrifying pressure was actually ineffective at this moment. Boom! Chen sneered. The origin energy on his body was released once again. Following a thunderous sound, an origin energy shockwave blasted out in all directions with his body as the center. Wherever the origin energy shockwave passed, all the barbarian monkeys were sent flying. The stronger ones were sent flying for tens of meters, while the weaker ones were sent flying for hundreds of meters. After 2 rounds of origin energy shockwave, other than the Monkey King that was unable to move, there were no other barbarian monkeys around Chen. The Monkey King was still struggling, and its expression was filled with unwillingness. Chen coldly said, "Don't make any more useless struggles. If I wanted to kill you, a single move would be enough." As the words left his mouth, Chen walked down from the Monkey King's body. After struggling for a while, the Monkey King finally got up. Although Chen's kick was powerful, the Monkey King wasn't injured. However, the Monkey King knew that it wasn't because it was strong, but because Chen had no intention of harming it. After getting up, the Monkey King looked at Chen, and its expression kept changing. This human in front of it stole its monkey fruit. After that, it found out that the monkey wine was stolen. It was obvious that this human was the culprit. Towards this human, the Monkey King naturally hated him to the extreme. But today, this human came again, and his strength was actually so terrifying. Finally, after hesitating for a while, the Monkey King pointed at the monkey fruit and 2 withered trees not far away, indicating that Chen could take them away. Although it couldn't speak, The Monkey King had already expressed its intention clearly. Its face was filled with regret. The monkey fruit and monkey wine were not only the favorite items of the barbarian monkeys, they were also the foundation for the continuation of the barbarian monkeys. If they were to hand them all over now, the barbarian monkeys here would be weakened for a long period of time. Even the number of barbarian monkeys would decrease because of this. The Monkey King's decision represented the highest decision of the barbarian monkeys. Although the barbarian monkeys in the distance were extremely angry, they didn't refute or come out to protest. Zi Chen took in the Monkey King's expression. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't come here to take these things. Moreover, do you think these things are still useful to me?" Zi Chen's words caused the Monkey King to be pleasantly surprised, but it soon became confused. If he didn't come here to take these things, then why did he come here? Zi Chen said, "I came here to tell you one thing. Very soon, there will be a power that will attack the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Your tribe will be in danger of being exterminated." The confused Monkey King's eyes were filled with doubt. This time, there will be a lot of rank 8 warriors attacking the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Other than that, there will be at least 2 powerful existences like me. With my strength, I can kill you in one move. Fear finally appeared on the Monkey King's face. However, it was still confused. It didn't understand why this human would tell it this news. "I'm telling you this news to protect your barbarian monkey tribe. Of course, there are conditions." Zi Chen looked at the Monkey King and said, "There aren't many conditions, only one. After this crisis is over, you all just have to do me a favor." The Monkey King possessed extraordinary intelligence and didn't immediately agree. Zi Chen said again, "It's not a big favor. I just want you to protect the people of a tribe. If this tribe is in danger, you all just have to help." The Monkey King hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, you can signal these barbarian monkeys to move away now. I reckon that they will arrive soon. Now, bring me to look for other powerful barbarian beasts in this area. There's no need to look for rank 6 ones. It's best if they are rank 7, rank 8, and of course, rank 9 ones would be even better." The intelligent Monkey King quickly understood the meaning behind Zi Chen's words. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared on its face. Obviously, if it was rank 6, this human wouldn't have come to remind it. After all, rank 6 wasn't enough for this human to remind it. After ordering its tribesmen to move away immediately, the Monkey King brought Huang Xiaolong to look for other powerful barbarian beasts. Under the Monkey King's lead, Zi Chen found powerful barbarian beasts one after another. After seeing the barbarian beasts, Zi Chen wouldn't say anything and would immediately go up and beat them. Only when the barbarian beasts had no strength to resist, would he go up and make a deal with them. Without a doubt, all the barbarian beasts would nod and agree. Although these barbarian beasts only agreed verbally and didn't put any curses on them, Zi Chen still trusted them. Compared to humans, these barbarian beasts were indeed more trustworthy. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their words. Just like this, Zi Chen visited 7 rank 7 barbarian beasts and 3 rank 8 barbarian beasts. As for rank 9 barbarian beasts, he didn't meet any of them. Only when the Monkey King didn't dare to go deeper did Zi Chen give up. That place was the deepest part of the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. No barbarian beasts dared to step into it. As for those barbarian beasts who tried to go in and explore, they never came out. After that, Zi Chen brought the Monkey King back. The barbarian Dragon Mountain range was very big. When the big tribes attacked, they would only enter from one point. Therefore, these barbarian beasts only needed to stay away from the attack route. As for the place where they temporarily moved to, it was still the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. After sending the Monkey King to the place, Zi Chen began to return. More than 2 days had passed. Zi Chen had to reach the Black Tribe before the big tribes arrived. Otherwise, the Black Tribe would be annihilated. On the way back, Zi Chen saw the Raven Tribe members. He noticed that many of them were moving construction materials to an empty space a few miles away. After knowing that the Black Tribe was going to move, the few ravens came to help. Zi Chen didn't stop and directly flew to the Black Tribe. When he arrived, The Black Tribe members had already finished their preparations. Many of the Black Tribe members were either carrying big beds, tables, or tall stone stools. Zi Chen descended from the sky. Under the surprised gazes of the Black Tribe members, Hya, who had heard the news, quickly walked over. Chief Zi Chen, we have received news that the big tribes have already passed through the Wood Tribe. They will arrive here in less than half a day. Hya hurriedly reported. Zi Chen nodded and said, I know. I will settle this matter. You let everyone move slowly. There is no need to rush. Take what you need. Okay, I will arrange it now. Just as Hya was about to turn and leave, Zi Chen suddenly thought of something. He stopped Hya and said, there is no need. There is no need to move. Ah. Hya was startled. Let everyone put the things back. There is no need to move now. We will talk about it after we settle the matter of the Wood Tribe. Hya could only nod and quickly pass down the order. It took almost half a day for the group of Black Tribe barbarians to put the things back into their rooms. Chapter 8:12. The troops of the large tribes had already set out, heading straight for the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. On the way, the wolf riders cleared the way for everyone, clearing all the obstacles. These obstacles referred to the tribes along the way, and the principle of the Two Clan was that wherever they passed, all the tribes they encountered would be the vassals of the Two Clan. This principle was well carried out by the wolf riders, and it was also smoothly carried out until they met the outsider, Zi Chen. When the dozen people fled back, they also reported the situation of the outsider, Zi Chen. The loss of more than 100 wolf riders was not enough to make the leader of the Two Clan feel bad, but what he cared about was the attitude of the outsider, who dared to go against the Two Clan. Did he not know that there were two outsiders here? Therefore, the large tribes deliberately sped up their advance, wanting to see who exactly this outsider was. Walking at the front of the troops was the leader of the Two Clan. Apart from them, there were several other clans, such as the Fire Clan, which was second only to the Two Clan. There were also other clans, whose mounts were all level 6 barbarian wolves. The two outsiders, Chen Meng and Wu Yu, were also among them. Our people clearly reported their names, but this outsider still wanted to kill them. Could it be that he is very confident in his battle strength? On the way, there were still some people among the Two Clan who were angry about the outsider. Although I don't dare to say that all the outsiders are powerful warriors, but those who have successfully broken the seal here are not weak at all. Moreover, your Earthrace's wolf riders should have provoked him, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many barbarians. Wu Yu had joined the Fire Clan, and along the way, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the way the Two Clan acted, but as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care. It is true that he is not weak, but that does not mean that he is strong. If killing a few level 6 warriors is considered strong, then wouldn't there be strong everywhere? Chen Meng said. Chen Meng and Wu Yu had already raised their strength to level 6 with the help of the 6 fruits of power, and their battle strength was stronger, so they were more confident. If our information is not wrong, the level 7 warriors we sent before might have been killed by this outsider. Being able to kill level 7 warriors is considered a strong person. Chen Meng harumphed as his eyes were filled with disdain. He then said in a prideful tone, my so-called experts are based on my strength, not yours. Then, leader Chen Meng, do you mean that you have the confidence to defeat the other party? A native asked tentatively. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but at least 80%. Chen Meng said, you should know that even if we are at the same level, the difference in our combat power is 100 times greater. A difference of 100 times? How is that possible? Many people widened their eyes when they heard this. 100 times is not a definite statement. It's just that one can fight against 100 people of the same level. It's like a group of warriors of the 6th level, but the strongest one can defeat 100 ordinary people at the same time. Chen Meng's explanation made the barbarians' complexion change. One of the leaders said, it seems that the world of the outsiders is indeed frightening. However, the world of our barbarian race is much simpler in comparison. It is already a heaven-defying existence for a barbarian to fight against 4 or 5 barbarians of the same level. I have never seen or heard of anyone fighting against more than 10 barbarians. The leader of the native race, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Leader Chen Meng, if we see an outsider, should we send someone to test him or?" The leader of the native race was only at the 8th level. In the world of the barbarian race, he was naturally the strongest of the strong. However, in the eyes of the outsiders, the physical strength of a mere 8th level was nothing compared to elemental energy. Therefore, in front of Chen Meng, the leader of the native race had to be humble. Without waiting for the leader to finish, Chen Meng waved his hand and said, "Send out the 8th level first. If it doesn't work, then I will go. If the opponent is weak, then he deserves to die. If he is strong enough, then we can go to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range together." At this moment, the team was rushing toward the Black Tribe. They were all wolf riders, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest wolf rider was a 5th level warrior. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Chen Meng's face. What a confident guy. After releasing his spiritual thoughts, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. The other barbarians didn't understand, but after a few miles, they immediately understood what Chen Meng meant. At the end of everyone's line of sight, there was a person standing there. It was the figure of an outsider. Behind the outsider was the Black Tribe, and he was standing in front of the Black Tribe, facing the entire tribe's army. Everyone who saw the outsiders had a look of surprise on their faces. The team stopped a few hundred meters away from Zi Chen. "Outsider, you are the one who killed the people of the native race." After the team stopped, a wolf rider walked out from the back. He was riding a 6th level barbarian wolf, and he himself was a powerful 8th level warrior. Behind Zi Chen, many people of the Black Tribe appeared. When they saw the thousands of wolf riders, they were shocked. Under He Ya's reprimand, many people retreated, while He Ya hid in a hidden place and watched. "Yes, I killed them." Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the wolf rider in front of him. The 8th grade wolf rider coldly snorted and said, "You've got guts, you even dared to kill my people. Let me ask you again, the 2 7th grade warriors we sent to the Cloud Mountain range, were they also killed by you?" "Yes, they were also killed by me." Zi Chen glanced at him and said coldly, "What? If you want revenge, then come at me. I also want to see what kind of person you are. You keep saying that you want to destroy other people's clans. You." Zi Chen's rude words angered the 8th level wolf rider, and the other native race members also showed anger. As for Chen Meng, who had joined the native race, he had a cold smile on his face. "Die." The 8th level wolf rider held his sharp blade and rushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's eyes became colder and colder as he stared at the barbarian wolf. In the next moment, a sharp golden light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes, and boundless killing intent surged out from his body. The barbarian wolf, who was rushing forward, felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if there was a peerless monster in front of it. In fear, its front legs began to bend, and it actually fell down. The barbarian wolf rolled on the ground a few times, his eyes filled with fear as he cried out. The 8th level warrior took advantage of the barbarian wolf's unstable body and jumped up, then landed firmly on the ground. After landing, the 8th level warrior ignored the barbarian wolf and rushed madly towards Zi Chen with his sharp blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. A bright golden light flashed around his body, as dazzling as the sun. Pure ultimate Yuan energy also flowed around his body like golden water. Chen Meng, who was already sneering, felt the Yuan energy released by Zi Chen, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A mere early primal core stage cultivator. This kind of trash can be considered the weakest existence among the ancient road trial takers. I thought I could meet a worthy opponent, but it turned out to be a piece of trash. Wu Yu, who was beside him, said, "You can't call it trash. That's ultimate Yuan energy. The weakest among them is at least a sky-level warrior." Chen Meng's disdain deepened. A sky-level warrior? Is he that scary? As if he felt that his words were too pretentious, Chen Meng added, "Even if he's scary, he's still a sky-level warrior." "Leader Chen Meng, is he not strong enough?" asked the leader of the two clan. Chen Meng sneered. "According to the realm, he's not even a 4th level warrior." These words boosted the confidence of the two clans' leader. If he wasn't even a 4th level warrior, then he was indeed very weak. Even if he could fly, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat an 8th level warrior. Perhaps the 8th level warrior would be able to kill the outsider today. With this thought in mind, they once again looked at the battlefield. At this time, the 8th level warrior had already rushed in front of the outsider. He held a sharp blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on the outsider's head. Just as the whistling sound drifted over, the outsider also moved. He swiftly punched out with his fist, as his ultimate yuan force circulated around his fist. The golden light was still as dazzling as before, but this punch actually contained an extremely tyrannical aura. As for the small figure of the outsider, it seemed that after this punch, he had become tall and sturdy. The fist that was wrapped in elemental energy collided with the blade that was chopping down. Under everyone's gaze, the light from the fist exploded, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the blade in the 8th level warrior's hand exploded as well. The blade shattered, and a strong force surged. The 8th level warrior was directly pushed back. There was an inexplicable shock on his face. The weapon that was specially made for him by the two clan was actually shattered just like that. The 8th level warrior was retreating, but at this moment, he saw the human in front of him moving. He was walking towards him quickly. As he moved forward, there was a flash of golden light. In an instant, the human disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the 8th level warrior felt a sense of danger coming from the front. When the danger came, he didn't hesitate at all. He casually cast an 8th level berserker art. A strong force surged in his body like a real beast emerging from his body. This was the sign of power leaving the body. Such a strong force was no weaker than an attack from a late primal core cultivator. Such a strong attack would not be at a disadvantage against a late primal core cultivator. However, against a sky martial artist like Zi Chen, it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, Zi Chen was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Under the surge of ultimate yuan energy, Zi Chen punched out again. It was still the domineering fist. When this fist was thrown out, the golden light on Zi Chen's body seemed to dim. The only thing that was bright was the golden domineering fist aura. This resplendent punch directly collided with the attack of the level 8 warrior. Then, there was another loud bang. And in the midst of the bang, the golden light of the fist directly shattered the attack of the level 8 warrior. It broke through the opponent's defense and bombarded the opponent's chest. The 8th level warrior's body flew backwards like an arrow. He flew a few hundred meters. When he landed heavily on the ground, he was already in front of the wolf riders. The 8th level warrior had been defeated in 2 attacks. The scene was dead silent. Only the 8th level warrior's occasional coughs and gasps could be heard. Everyone was in a state of complete shock. Even Chen Meng, who was previously disdainful, had a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 8:13. In the face of Zi Chen's disdainful mockery, the people of the Earth tribe did not dare to say anything. The first strike had destroyed the weapon, and the second strike had forced the level 8 warrior to retreat. In just 2 strikes, the level 8 warrior had been defeated. Who would dare to fight back? Should they send more level 8 warriors? But it would be as simple as a few more strikes. It would be useless no matter how many there were. This was what Chen Meng had said earlier about fighting 1 against 100. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among the outsiders. The appearance of such a powerful outsider was extremely unfair to the world of the barbarians. Behind Zi Chen, some of the people of the Black Tribe saw this scene and were overjoyed. Zi Chen had easily defeated the level 8 warrior, which meant that he was stronger than a level 8 warrior. He should be a level 9 warrior. Thinking that a level 9 warrior was protecting them, the people of the Black Tribe were naturally excited. A level 8 warrior with such little combat power, yet you are still clamoring to annihilate other tribes. Aren't you afraid that you will be annihilated one day? Zi Chen's eyes became colder and colder as he looked ahead. In the face of such a blatant threat, the faces of the people of the Earth tribe turned ugly. Even the leaders of the other tribes had unnatural expressions. The level 8 warrior did not die. He was only injured and carried away. Without elemental energy, he could not fly. However, he had an unusually strong body. This was the most precious thing that the world of the barbarians had given them. Therefore, the level 8 warrior was still alive after taking a blow from Zi Chen. If it were any other late-stage primal core cultivator, even if his body did not explode, he would not be able to survive after taking a blow from Zi Chen. The scene became silent. A group of wolf riders were intimidated by Zi Chen alone. They could not even hear the breathing of their savage wolves. The level 8 warrior's mount, the savage wolf, also ran away with its tail between its legs. The silence lasted for about 10 breaths. Finally, a cold snort came from the opposite side. Annihilation? How arrogant. You dare to threaten to annihilate other tribes after defeating a level 8 warrior? Who do you think you are? An outsider urged his barbaric wolf to walk forward step by step. With the protection of his elemental energy, the barbaric wolf walked very steadily. Zi Chen glanced at the outsider with a disdainful look on his face. He said, "We're all outsiders, so let's not talk about such useless things. If you want to fight, let's fight." Haha, good. I like your straightforwardness. However, you are merely at the early primal core stage. Let's see what you have to fight me. As he spoke, the aura around Chen Meng's body began to surge. Violent energy swept out like a tidal wave. After that, he stepped on the back of the barbarian wolf and borrowed the force to soar into the air. At the same time, Zi Chen transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. The two of them rose into the air. Without saying anything, they turned into two beams of light and charged at each other. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks. Boom! Boom! Tremors continued to resound in the sky as violent energy surged. Large amounts of energy ripples began to spread out in all directions. The powerful energy shockwaves stirred the space and began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, and there were no obvious signs of defeat. He is actually on par with Chen Meng. Isn't he supposed to be on par with a level 4 warrior? Why is he so powerful? Seeing that the two of them were on par with each other in the sky, all the barbarians were stunned. Even Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is only at the early primal core stage, but he is actually on par with Chen Meng, who is at the late primal core stage. Such talent and battle prowess is indeed terrifying. Indeed, there is no weakling among those who have entered the ancient road. I cannot underestimate anyone. This person is probably stronger than me. In the sky, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Although they were not fighting to the death, they were still using their full strength. After a long time of not being able to determine the winner and the loser, Chen Meng's disdainful expression slowly turned serious. After another collision, the two of them instantly separated. They looked at each other with a distance of 100 meters between them. Your battle prowess is not bad. However, if that was your strongest attack, then I'm afraid you will have to stay here today, Chen Meng said coldly. It's useless to say more. We will know who will stay after this battle. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After saying that, the two of them started to circulate their primal energies again. This time, when they were circulating their primal energies, the two of them clearly showed signs of forming hand seals. They were going to fight for real. You two, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not like you have a grudge against each other. There is no need to fight to the death. Wu Yu flew into the sky and tried to persuade the two of them to stop. On the ground, the barbarians who saw this scene already knew how to deal with it. The leader of the barbarians said to Zi Chen in the sky, "Outside a friend, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. This time, we are attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. We are here to kill the dragons, not to kill the barbarians." Zi Chen looked down at the leader of the barbarians and said sarcastically, "Oh, so according to you, I am purposely causing trouble for you?" Of course not. It should be our people who have done something out of line and offended you. Since it is our fault, we will not tolerate it. Bring them over. After the leader of the barbarians said that, the wolf riders behind him brought over the dozen barbarians who had escaped to report the news. After stepping forward, the dozen barbarians were all forced to kneel on the ground. These are the barbarians from last time. You can deal with them as you wish. The leader of the barbarians pointed at the dozen barbarians and said. Zi Chen frowned slightly. Seeing that Zi Chen was frowning and not saying anything, the leader of the barbarians' expression suddenly became cold. He shouted at the dozen barbarians, "Damn things, you dare to ruin the reputation of the barbarians outside. Such behavior deserves to be killed." The sharp blade flashed, and in the next moment, the dozen barbarians' heads were all chopped off. Zi Chen's brows relaxed, but he also looked deeply at the leader of the barbarians. The leader of the barbarians was not shallow. Since the barbarians had already died and apologized, he naturally dropped the matter. After that, the leader of the barbarians suggested that they join forces to enter the barbarian dragon mountain range. After that, the barbarians who were previously enemies sat down and started to discuss the matter of attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. The former enemies immediately became allies. It had to be said that humans were just so mysterious. You want to attack the barbarian dragon mountain range? How much do you know about it? Zi Chen asked. This was a small meeting, and the people who participated in it were almost all the experts of the barbarians' world. There were even 2 9th-level warriors among them. However, 9th-level warriors were at most at the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. They were not even at the peak of the inner core realm. Such people could shake the world in the barbarians' world, but in the outside world, they were really nothing. Sky-level warriors of the same level could slaughter a group of them. Of course, if they could train their physical strength to Zi Chen's level, it would be a different story. However, if these barbarians were to be placed in the outside world, they would still be stronger than normal inner core realm warriors, because they mainly trained their bodies. Their battle strength and vitality were both super strong. The leader of the barbarians said, "The reason why it is called the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is not baseless. In the memories passed down by our ancestors, there was a very detailed description of the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon is an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary strength. Moreover, they are born with the ability to fly. Other than the big birds, they are the only species in the barbarians' world that can fly. In the memories left by our ancestors, the barbarian dragon is the most valuable treasure for training the body. Using the blood of the barbarian dragon to refine the body will make the body 10 times stronger than normal warriors. Moreover, the barbarian dragon's body is full of treasures. In addition, there is a dragon crystal inside the barbarian dragon's body. This dragon crystal has extraordinary effects. One of them said that after swallowing the dragon crystal, barbarian warriors can reach the 11th level and be able to fly. Obviously, the others knew about this rumor, but they were only telling it to Zi Chen. After listening to it once, Zi Chen did not get any valuable clues, but it was time to go. Zi Chen, this is the 3rd and 8th ancient roads of my trial. I wonder how many are yours? Chen Meng suddenly asked when the group was leaving. Zi Chen glanced at Chen Meng and said, "My luck is better than yours. This is my 3rd ancient road." What? As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, 2 people cried out in surprise. The 3rd one? How is that possible? Chen Meng and Wu Yu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Maybe my luck is better, but it was also very dangerous when I first came here. I almost died." "Then what ancient road is yours?" Chen Meng asked again. "First." Zi Chen did not hide it. Chen Meng's face was a little embarrassed, but he did not continue to ask. The group continued on their way, and they naturally bypassed the Black Tribe. The Black Tribe people all came out to see Zi Chen off. Zi Chen also stopped and said a few words to them. "You all stay here first. As for the migration, wait for me to come back." Hei Ya nodded, his eyes were full of gratitude. While moving forward, the people of the Earth Tribe prepared wolf riders for Zi Chen, and the group began to speed up. It was worth mentioning that when they passed by the Raven Tribe, they happened to see the Raven Tribe people controlling barbarian wolves to train their soldiers. They were riding barbarian wolves of the Earth Tribe and holding Earth-made weapons. Regarding this, the leader of the Earth Tribe did not say anything, and even his face did not change. After Zi Chen greeted Wu Man, he went straight to the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. This time, such a large-scale invasion caused a lot of commotion. After arriving, All the savage beasts in the outer area fled in panic. These were all level 3 or 4 savage beasts, and as they went deeper, traces of level 5 or 6 savage beasts appeared. There were many savage beasts of this level in the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Because all the level 7 and 8 savage beasts had retreated, they occupied this place, and when they saw the barbarians, they began to defend their territory. Battles began to occur frequently, but they were all settled by the wolf riders. Zichen and the rest did not need to do anything. Even if traces of level 7 savage beasts appeared during this period, there would naturally be someone to deal with them. Zichen and the group advanced in a straight line. For those who could not fly, a straight line meant less detours, and when it was necessary to cross mountains, they would still cross mountains. As they went deeper, the number of savage beasts they encountered increased. In the frequent battles, the number of wolf riders decreased. Fierce battles occurred almost every moment, but Zichen and the rest did not stop moving forward. The purpose of these wolf riders was to open a path for them. Chapter 8:14. By the time they reached the depths of the barbaric Dragon Mountain range, the wolf riders had already lost a third of their numbers. The loss of a few hundred allowed them to open up a path to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This was a magnificent feat that had never been done before in the history of the barbarian race. Reaching here, the wolf riders' mission was completed. Next, it was time for the warriors above level 8 to go deeper. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became more obvious. The level 8 warriors, who were relaxed before, became more and more serious. Chen Meng stood in the middle while Zichen and Wu Yu stood on either side of him. The 3 outsiders took the lead while the 2 9th-grade warriors followed behind them. Behind them were more than 30 8th-grade warriors from the various factions. This kind of power was unprecedented in the barbarian race's world. According to the rules of the barbarian race's world, it is impossible to produce a mortal origin stage being, even if it is a barbaric dragon. So, as long as it is a core origin stage being, we can deal with it, Chen Meng suddenly said on the way forward. Everyone was under more and more pressure, so much so that no one answered Chen Meng. Seeing Chen Meng in a tense state, Zichen sneered and said, "That may not be true. Don't forget about the barbarian god." Chen Meng snorted and said sarcastically, "The barbarian god? How can you believe in such a legendary thing? You are a cultivator, but you actually believe in the barbarian god." "Why wouldn't I? The barbaric dragon is also a legend. Didn't we also believe in it? Besides, compared to the barbaric dragon, I believe in the barbarian god more because I've seen it with my own eyes." Everyone's gazes all looked towards Zichen. "Greetings, barbarian god." Chen Meng laughed and said, "Are you going to tell me that the barbarian god you saw is the barbarian god statue?" "Of course not. It is a living barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range." Zichen sneered and said, "Your fruits of power should be from the barbarian god statue. Mine is from the Cloud Mountain range. The one who gave us the fruits of power was the barbarian god." Seeing that Zichen was not joking, everyone's expression changed. The level 9 warrior from the Earth race said, "Friend Zichen, this is not a joke." Zichen glanced at the 9th rank warrior and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking? If that's the case, then you've really seen the god of berserkers. What does he look like?" Curiosity appeared on the other people's faces. "It's almost the same as the one on the barbarian god statue, but the aura it emits is even more terrifying. Moreover, when it gives out the fruit of strength, the pressure it emits makes people unable to move." Zichen suddenly took a step back, then stepped forward again. "TSK, that's because you are weak," Chen Meng said. Zichen ignored Chen Meng and continued, "After distributing the fruits of strength, the barbarian god told us something important." "What news?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Even Chen Meng was eavesdropping. "Barbarian world, no more immeasurable fruits." Zichen imitated the god of berserker's tone. "What?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Who can prove what you said? Who can guarantee that you didn't make it up?" Disdain appeared on Chen Meng's face again. "Hey Ya from the Black Clan and the 2 4th rank warriors from his clan can prove it for me. If there are any survivors from the Cloud Mountain range, they can also prove it for me." "Nonsense. So what if there are no fruits of strength? What use does it have to us? What does it have to do with us? Compared to Chen Meng's disdain, the barbarian's face was filled with shock. Zi Chen had actually seen the barbarian god, and the barbarian god had been protecting the barbarian world all this time. Zi Chen looked at Chen Meng with an inexplicable expression. A strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with the barbarian world. However, what I'm about to say is related to us." "What?" Everyone looked at Zi Chen again. "We seem to have come to a strange world." "A strange world." "That's right. Look behind us. According to our speed, we can only walk a few miles at most. But where are the wolf riders behind us?" As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. There was nothing behind them. The forest and the wolf riders were nowhere to be seen. Even the roars of the savage beasts could not be heard. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed. Chen Meng and Wu Yu's expressions also changed in an instant. Clearly, the two of them did not know when this had happened. Could it be that we have accidentally stepped into an illusion formation? Wu Yu, who had not sensed anything with his spiritual sense, asked. "There is no spiritual energy in this world. It is impossible for there to be an illusion formation," Zi Chen said. Chen Meng's hand flashed and a gorgeous elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He did not know when he had been tricked. At this moment, his face was full of vigilance. The others were also on high alert. However, the surroundings were empty. There was no movement at all. It did not seem like there was any danger. Among the group, only Zi Chen was relatively calm. Everyone looked at Zi Chen again. Chen Meng asked, "Do you know something? Or is this your doing?" Zi Chen looked at Chen Meng with a cold gaze. He said coldly, "If I wanted to kill you, I could do it in a matter of minutes. Why would I need to play tricks with you? Shameless boasting. Come and try." Chen Meng was enraged. He tightened his grip on his elixir weapon. The others quickly separated the two of them. This was the depths of barbarian Dragon Mountain range. It was definitely not the time for internal strife. Chen Meng was still shouting loudly. Zi Chen said coldly, "Idiot, if you have the ability, then shout loudly and attract a powerful existence. I guarantee that the one who will die will be you." Chen Meng was naturally unconvinced. However, he did not dare to continue shouting. The others looked at Chen Meng with dissatisfaction. Chen Meng had been targeting Zi Chen the whole time. Now, he was even more ignorant. Zi Chen moved his disdainful gaze away from Chen Meng. He said, "The possibility of this being an illusion formation is not high. Previously, I used my spiritual sense to check the surroundings. I discovered that the wolf riders behind us disappeared naturally. We should have unknowingly entered another world." "Another world? You are saying that we have entered a small world?" Wu Yu looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded. He said, "This is only my guess. However, we cannot go back the way we came. When I sensed that something was wrong, I tried to take a step back. However, I did not discover that the wolf riders had disappeared." Everyone's expression changed. They had already recalled that Zi Chen had indeed taken a step back for no reason. If it's a small world, there's naturally an exit. Furthermore, the exit is very likely deep inside. From the looks of it, we have to continue going deeper, Wu Yu said. "Isn't that obvious? If we don't go deeper, are we going to return?" Chen Meng finally found an opportunity to speak. Since he could not mock Zi Chen, he switched to mocking Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled slightly and did not bicker with him. Everyone continued forward. As they advanced, they felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure made them feel vexed. Everyone was in a state of alert. Even Wu Yu took out his pill armament. Only Zi Chen remained relaxed. At that moment, not only was Zi Chen extremely relaxed, but he was also so excited that he wanted to laugh maniacally. In fact, he had been lying previously. He hadn't released his spiritual sense at all. Zi Chen wasn't crazy. Why would he probe the wolf riders for no reason? The reason why he knew that the wolf riders had vanished was because after Zi Chen took a step forward, he felt the perfect body's circulation speed suddenly increase. Then, Zi Chen, who had released his spiritual sense, sensed the wolf rider's disappearance and took a step back. The perfect body's circulation speed increased as Zi Chen felt a summoning force. This was a summoning that belonged to the perfect body. Therefore, Zi Chen appeared extremely relaxed. As they went deeper, everyone sensed the vexing pressure. Zi Chen was extremely excited because this was a familiar pressure. It belonged to the perfect body. To be more specific, it belonged to the barbarian god. The barbarian god was very likely deep inside, and there was also a high chance that there was something here that could allow a perfect body to break through. Zi Chen's emotional changes were all hidden deep in his heart. No one could sense it. At most, they saw that Zi Chen was relatively relaxed. Chen Meng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He stared intently at Zi Chen and said, "Why do I feel that you are very smug? Do you know something?" Chen Meng, that's enough. Wu Yu, who had always been kind, was finally enraged. As for the others, their expressions clearly turned ugly when they saw Chen Meng. The current Chen Meng was already detestable. "I can't say that I'm smug, but I'm not nervous either. I do have some guesses about this place." Zi Chen had an unfathomable expression as he said, "This slightly familiar pressure makes me feel that this might be the barbarian god's habitat." The barbarian god's habitat. Everyone looked at each other. "Didn't you say that the barbarian god was in the Cloud Mist mountain range?" Chen Meng was also apprehensive. Zi Chen sneered. "I said that the barbarian god appeared in the Cloud Mist mountain range, but I never said that the barbarian god was there." Regardless of whether the barbarian god was in the depths or not, everyone had to go deeper. As they went deeper, the pressure became stronger. As for Zi Chen, he felt the summoning of the perfect body become stronger. Now, he was 100% certain that there was something related to the perfect body here. Perhaps the barbarian god was really here. After advancing for about dozens of kilometers, everyone reached the end. There was no path ahead. "It's a barrier." The outsiders had seen such a scene before, so they weren't surprised. While on guard, everyone stepped onto the barrier. The barrier began to ripple like water. Then, a passageway appeared and everyone walked in. When everyone walked out and felt that they were stepping on solid ground, they heard a strange sound. The sound was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. In addition to the sound, everyone felt an even more terrifying pressure. "Look, what are those?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. Everyone was standing above a large canyon. Below the canyon, there was a group of creatures that were dozens of meters long flying around the canyon.